Hey, y'all. All right. Are we ready for a deep thoughts after hours night? I don't know if I'm quite ready for this, to be honest. But we're here. I started a little early because I was going to start at 7 o'clock, but I was like, I don't know how long this is going to take me. So we're just going to start. I'm going to shut my camera off because I'm outside and the weird streaking from the lights behind me. But welcome to your daily dose of nonsense, I guess is what we can call this. A few disclaimers, though, to start off tonight. We are not going to put blame on any parents. I know a lot of you have really strong feelings, but we're following the facts over here, and the facts are that there is not evidence to prove that any of the parents are behind the disappearance of Sebastian. So if you have those thoughts, keep them to yourself. That is not welcome in my chat. We don't speculate or blame families for things that we have no evidence are true. We all know that there's a funky hairdo in this stream. Let's leave it at that. We can admire it, him and ha, but please don't take it further than that. We don't need to body shame either because they've done that to the other side. We don't need to lower ourselves to that level. There are some shocking allegations and things said in this that are very triggering. I just expect you guys to be adults and please be respectful. There will be no BS tolerated in my chat, period. If somebody's in here that you don't like, block them or respectfully leave, because I'm not going to do the back and forth petty bullshit between anybody. I'm not here for that. We're going to talk about this and that, and that's it. So if you can't respect me in my chat, no need to be here. There's other places that you'll be welcome, open-armed. And pretty simple. Let me show you my shirt. It says it all right here. Don't be a salty heifer. I mean, it's pretty fucking simple. Don't be a salty heifer. All right. I think all my disclaimers are out of the way because this is going to be a rough one. A real rough one. If you haven't watched this yet, I'm speechless about some of it. All right, let's go. Hold on, let me adjust my chair. I got my little setup out here. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to go inside, like maybe in 2 months. And I'm not looking forward to that. But for now, we're outside. Okay. All right, mods, you know the drill. I know you guys will handle whatever needs to be handled. Hey, Crazy Grandma. Hey, BJ Marshall. Hey, Yep. Hey, Rondi. Hey, Grandma Sherry. Thor. Yeah. Yeah, Thor, it's something else. Hey, Twist. Whispers. Catherine. Angel Sleuth. Nobody Never You. Hey, Steph. Hey, Pika. Hey, Donna. Revival the Beautiful. Lorraine. Catherine 662. Nobody Never You. Welcome in. Hey, Claus. Hey, Mother of Two Boys. Passion for Victims. Thank you. It's a mess, but it's on my head. Hey, Janice in Accounting. Mimi of 8. Chatty. Annabelle. Duchess. Aw, thanks, Duchess. Hey, Mal. Lisa, welcome in. Annabella, thank you for being here for 6 months. Thank you for being a member. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Sheila. Hey, Anonymous. Niece B. The Black Widow. Yeah, I agree with you. Twist. The Deflectionist. What up, NorCal Jim? Okay. A lot of you guys have not seen this. Oof, need a feed. Oh, there's a lot here. Hey, Nicole B. Kentucky Cooter, LFT, Roll Tide. Peanut Shell. Today's your birthday. Happy birthday, Peanut Shell. Hey, Vids. Hey, Lorraine. Yeah, it is really disappointing. Agreed with you. Oh, Mal, you know. Yeah, I have total faith in you. Oh, thank you, Pika. I'm so glad you guys got to hang out. Hey, Go Ask Alice. Hey, Deborah. Lily Polly. I know you guys do. I trust you guys fully. Yeah, Sheila, that it's just been a little weird. Duchess had some interesting trolls in her chat last night, which was a little weird. CK, Tennessee Gout, my mods always handle it. Hey, Terry. Hey, Casual. If anybody gets disrespectful, they know to just throw them out on their asses. Tennessee Gal, Wilby, Lady K, Stella, Fairy Meadows.
We don't take no shit from no one.
We don't need no education.
No, a lot of us do.
Some of them do.
Hello, everyone.
Tennessee Gal, it's a joke over here that we say Roll Tide because there was once upon a time a creator who somebody told them, the creator, that they were from Arizona, and the creator said Roll Tide.
Yeah.
I'm in Arizona, so we joke about it. It's kind of an inside joke, but I'm redeemed. Okay, good. Lisa, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Hey, up to good.
Hey, Thor.
Hey, Tebow.
Hey, Jennifer, Roro.
Some new names in here tonight. Thank you guys for hanging out.
Hey,
Dreads for Life. BJ again. Okay, let me get through it. Roro, Angel. Cantonio's right here, of course. You know the drill.
Hola, mi amigo.
Whatever he said. Miss Leah. Miss Leah, I hope you're doing well. Love you. All right. Are you guys ready to go? Hold on, little one. Okay. We are the champions. We need to channel that. Janice.
Hey, Janice.
We need to channel our inner peace right now. So it's after dark over here, so it might be a little bit franker than normal, which if you guys are new to me, I'm blunt. I say what I say, and I mean what I say, and I do it with my whole chest, and I stand there, and it's just, I'm an equal opportunity hater.
Hey, nobody.
This is a sad situation. Let me preface this by saying that there is nothing that's enjoyable about this situation whatsoever. There's a missing child. There's a 15-year-old missing child by the name of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers from Hendersonville, Tennessee. And there has been so many people that have stripped this young man of his dignity, including family members of his own. If that bothers you, I'm sorry, but the facts are the facts. Even family members can exploit their loved ones at times like this. And we are seeing a prime example of when hate trumps love for your children. And that is my personal stance on it. But you're going to see some of that tonight. However, I do also can say, or I can 100% say that multiple things are true at once in this. Not only is Seth Rogers, in my opinion, a part of the problem in exploiting his own son's tragedy of being missing, but I also think he is surrounded by some of the most exploitive people possible that have used his son's tragedy of being missing to further their own personal narratives. Multiple things can be true at once. I can show empathy, but also be honest about what we're seeing. That's what we're going to do. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry. It is what it is. This child has been completely stripped of his dignity by the very people who claim to love him, along with complete strangers on the internet that care to love this child more than his own family. It's horrific, but all right. here we go. This is, you can tell I'm dreading this already. So we're going to go to Facebook this time. This is from Court TV last night. All right, we're going to open up here, and then I got timestamps.
Inside this beautiful neighborhood in Hendersonville, Tennessee, there is an unsolved mystery. It was a Sunday night going into a Monday morning, and 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was supposed to be inside his home sleeping. His mother, Katie Proudfoot, says he went to bed at 9, but was making some noise around 10, including a thud sound. Katie told him to go to sleep. She went to bed at midnight. Then at 6 a.m., Katie woke up. She went to his room to get him ready for school, but Sebastian was gone. She searched the house, and he was nowhere to be found. Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, was not home, and Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, was at work about 45 minutes away. Police responded and began trying to figure out what happened. That was February 26, 2024. And as days, weeks, and months have passed, still no sign of Sebastian, no sign of foul play, and no answers about what happened. It's a case that has been kept alive inside the true crime community on YouTube, and one live streamer known as Bullhorn Betty has been dragged into court by Sebastian's stepfather.
She hasn't been dragged into court. Sorry, that's not true. She went from Florida, where she resides, to Tennessee, in my opinion, to stalk and harass. She is being held accountable for her own actions.
He says he's being harassed and wants a restraining order. Tonight, we'll take you inside the courtroom and get reaction from Sebastian's father, Seth. All this as we still wait for an answer to the most important question. Where is Sebastian? But first.
Okay, so that's the intro to this. Now let's go to the rest of it. All right. You guys know I don't dread much. And this might have some ads, you guys, because it is from Facebook. So I don't have like a ad blocker over here or anything. Yeah, she's has the consequences of her own actions here. Like, this is all it is. But we're going to watch this, and then we're going to watch her live stream that followed this. So helmets are necessary for this one. By the way, if you're new here, it's a bumpy ride. People are very blunt over here. You can have differing opinions as long as you're respectful and not putting blame on the parents of this missing child. We are okay with questioning behaviors, but right now we follow law enforcement, and the law enforcement is stating that they don't have any proof of foul play, and nobody is a suspect in Sebastian's disappearance at this point in time. It is an open investigation into the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, not a criminal investigation. Okay, here we go. I don't ever dread this shit, and I'm dreading this one because I was so raging mad last night. I had tears streaming down my face.
Good morning, 8/7 Central on Court TV.
Why are you harassing me and following me? Why are you harassing me and following me when I'm conducting business?
How can I be following you when
you just were in the plaza? You've been following me, sir. You guys have been harassing me and threatening me for 2 days. Better go through that.
So if you don't know what you're watching here, you're watching when Blowhorn Betty went to Tennessee for the first time to harass and stalk the family of the missing child, Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. She is working hand in hand with the biologic father, Seth Rogers, and his PR spokesperson, Tony Mathis. She was brought in as a part of the team in the end of May. She came into this case late. She did not initially start covering it until there was a free-for-all of misinformation being spread through the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers Facebook group, which is ran by JLR. Her and JLR had a falling out. Betty's badge was stripped from her. She threw a big old shit fit, took the opposite side, and here we are.
Light. With me. I don't need violence. I'll capture you on film. Prove it. There it is. Who's following? Who's stalking? Who's harassing?
All right.
Well, that was pretty crystal clear to see, if you ask me, because you, my friend, were behind. And no, I'm not friends with her. That's just a saying. I can't stand this woman, and I make no qualms about it. But she was the one that was behind Terry Bowersox, who is the stepfather of Chris Proudfoot, the stepfather of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. She was the one behind him. She is the one that jumped out in traffic like a deranged lunatic. She is the one that made threats of getting a pew-pew. She is the one that threatened to bring a machete to Tennessee from Florida. She did all that. They didn't go to her home. She went to theirs.
Who was that? What was that? You may be wondering, right? That is from a YouTube true crime live streamer. She goes by the name of Bullhorn Betty, and she's been on the front lawn of Brian Laundrie's parents. She's been in front of Leilani Simon's home down in Georgia.
In other words, she has a history of harassing the families of missing children and tragedies. She has a history of harassing those families.
And in this instance, she was covering the story of the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers in Tennessee. And there was in some level of a confrontation with Sebastian's stepfather, I believe. But what I just showed you was evidence that's being used against her. It's being used against her in court. So this is Sebastian Rogers. You know him. Seth Rogers, you know.
This is directly from Court TV's Facebook page. So not to my knowledge. No, it's not deleted. It's on their Facebook page.
Know him, Sebastian's dad. He's been on the show plenty of times. He's about to join us in a moment. He was in court as well. I guess observing and watching, not necessarily as a litigant to this. And it was all about Chris and Katie Proudfoot, who Katie Proudfoot is the mother of Sebastian, and then Chris is the stepfather. And they brought an action to restrain, to stop Bullhorn Betty from allegedly harassing them. And there she is on the stand. Her real name is Andra Griffin, but everyone knows her. She calls herself Bullhorn Betty.
Bedbug Betty, bullshit Betty, blowjob Betty behind Chili's, on her knees behind Chili's. Hey, I'm just repeating the shit she says. She said that she was also from Skid Row one time.
The band?
I guess so. I mean, her hair kind of looks like it.
On YouTube. So to give you an idea of what she was doing online,
I warned you already. It's after dark. As you know, over here, the filter that I don't have as is really, really fucking non-existent. So if you don't like cursey words or just blunt bullshit, then probably not the channel for you. Run now.
In court, they played videos from her YouTube channel. So I'm going to play you a section of that. They played a lot more than I'm going to show you, but take a look so you have an idea of who Bullhorn Betty is and what she was saying online about Sebastian Rogers' mom and stepfather and other members of that side of the family.
Yo, Vinny, I would like to have a conversation with you. I'll send you my digits. I would love to inform you of some of the things that you probably don't know she did to this family too.
If people are in this area and they're watching me and you know Chris and Katie, or you know where they like to hang out, please let me know. You know, if they had a favorite, obviously they both like to drink. Come to me if you know anything about Christopher.
Obviously, they both like to drink. Trying to keep them under surveillance, asking her audience to basically follow them. But not only did she ask that, people were doing that, such as a lady by the name of Tiffany, who went into their place of worship and took pictures of Katie and a minor child in a church. Such as Silver's on the Scene driving by their house, such as Dolly Vision flying drones over their house. This is all part of who she was getting her content from when she wasn't even in Tennessee. See, before she even went to Tennessee, she was keeping them under surveillance by using other people's clips and things of that and blasting it to her audience. But then even one of her buddies, her t-shirt maker, Sonia, went into Sebastian's school, a high school with minor children, and recorded inside the school without permission.
Proudfoot, anything about where his stomping grounds
And if you need to fact check me on a damn thing I'm saying, ask in the comments and I'll tell you where to go.
were, anything about people that he may have known, anything about somebody wanting to come forward and just speak to me about him. So if anybody has any information about Christopher Proudfoot, anything about his life, anything about his childhood, anything about his time in elementary school, middle school, or high school, please come forward. I am very interested in speaking to you. And I'm trying to find
By the way, she has no credentials whatsoever.
out who Katie and Chris are as people. I'm trying to find out what they do, with their normal life. Where do they go? What do they like to eat, play with? Where do they like to go camping, hunting, fishing? Where do they take a vacation? What's the comfortable areas for them? Katie's got a new car. The lady literally went car shopping in the middle of her son's missing person. She left a house.
Can the comment section inform everybody? Is that true or not true? Did Katie get a new car? I'm going to ask you guys, yes or no. Did Katie get a new car? I want to see how many of you have been paying attention.
Them's a lot of no's.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. She did not.
She's changed her hair color. She's now changing her appearance. She's
Oh my God. How dare she color her hair?
wearing glasses.
How dare she put her glasses on?
There. Chris Proudfoot was not at the airport to pick up his daughter. It's time for me to go over to the Yogi Bear.
What is that any of their business? She has nothing to do with this case. That's another minor child's.
Campground. I want to see. I doubt that anybody will speak to me. I use this phone here to capture on the 9-foot pole. But these are my night vision goggles and stuff. They film, they record, they everything. These things right here are pretty awesome. I'm good at what I do. It's kind of creepy. I do what I do, but I'm good at what I do, and it's a job. What you gonna
At least she admits it.
do, sir? I didn't step on your property other than to put a missing person flyer on your post. Dumb.
Admits to going to their place. Yeah, isn't that funny? Her shirt actually has Chris's face on it, and it says crystal clear.
I'm in a public place. Why are you harassing me and following me?
Why are
you harassing me? And
We also have her on video just recently. We reviewed a stream where she admits to driving by the Bowersox home. Who you're seeing right now on your screen is Terry Bowersox, Chris's stepfather. He's married to Chris's mom.
following me when I'm conducting business.
How can I be following you when
You just were in the plaza. You've been following me,
I was
sir.
shopping
You
over
guys have been harassing me and threatening me for 2 days.
Prove it.
I am right here, sir. Right here, sir. You better go through that light. With me. I don't need violence. I will capture you on film. I just want to ask you, what do you think your law enforcement is going to do when you piss me off?
This was played in court. This all was played in court. I'd have loved to see everybody's face in the courtroom.
And it goes for the Bowersox and the Proudfoots. When I bring show to your town.
I wonder if her attorney had seen this compilation.
I'm just asking. Because I've been very calm. I've been very courteous. I've been trying to do my job without making a ruckus. But if you wanna push me, honey, I'll come back with a whole kind of ruckus that you guys would not even know what to do with, and your law enforcement will not be able to stop.
That's called incitement, in my humble, uneducated, two brain cell twits mind.
So, based upon that video and the testimony inside the courtroom, here was the decision by the judge. And again, Chris Proudfoot was in court trying to get a restraining order against Bullhorn Betty.
It's not a frivolous lawsuit. It is a order of protection. It falls outside. It's not asking for damages. It's asking for a party to leave another party alone.
I find it interesting that the judge says it's not a frivolous lawsuit. I wonder where he got that term from.
Ms. Griffin states that she is an investigative journalist and that she reports on news and commentary. Somewhere along the line, this turned not into a pursuit to find Sebastian Rogers. it turned into a personal vendetta.
He calls it a personal vendetta.
You know, it's interesting that you came to Sumner County to help assist in finding Sebastian Rogers, but there's been really very little testimony by you of what you've done other than harass Miss Proudfoot and Miss Bowersox.
Yikes. The judge nailed that on the head. She spent more time harassing Chris and Katie than she ever invested, in my opinion, into looking for Sebastian, which she's been trying to claim she was doing. No, ma'am, that's not what you were doing.
As it relates to these matters, where somebody crosses the line, the reasonable person that feels terrorized, frightened, intimidated, and harassed by a pattern of conduct is.
What?
I'm sorry, I couldn't have you on the phone.
It's okay. What happened?
I talked to the sheriff this morning and told him everything. They're watching every one of her lives.
Oh, Tennessee gal. I'm sure they got quite a few messages. Right, B Fergs? It's good to see you. Hey, Chapped. This is, you guys, if you haven't seen this yet, I sound dramatic saying this, but please prepare yourself. Like, if you're not in a good space, please check out, because what is upcoming, if you have not viewed this yet, I'm not trying to be dramatic, but this is going to rub some of you. It's going to enrage a lot of you.
Is not investigative journalism. Therefore, based on the facts presented in this case, I do not find the motion to dismiss the civil and criminal cases under TCA 2017-101 etc. well taken, and therefore they are denied.
Is she allowed to mention them on YouTube and TikTok?
You must not come around a person for any purpose or contact this person directly or indirectly.
Directly or indirectly.
Bravo, Joe.
Text message, email, social media of any type.
Social media of any type.
These people are basically not in your world anymore.
That line right there. These people are basically not in your world anymore. Now, we'll have to see what the actual orders say when they're finally released, if they get leaked online by Betty or whatever, to find out like what exactly was written in there to follow. But he sounds pretty straightforward right here, in my opinion.
Can't be any more clear than that.
She lost. She lost today. There's more that's going to happen. But I want to bring in our special guest joining us.
That look on, okay, the look on Vinny's face this entire time, pay attention.
Tonight, Sebastian Rogers' father, Seth Rogers, is with us, and the Rogers family spokesperson, Tony Mathis, as well. Thank you both for coming here. What's your reaction, Seth and Tony, to what happened today or yesterday in court with Bullhorn Betty? And what are your thoughts about Bullhorn Betty and what she's been doing?
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders. This family has spent more time trying to silence people than they've spent looking for Sebastian. We know for a fact that.
Okay, I'm gonna back this up a little bit because I want to take each of these. I want to talk about this as we go through this, because these are hefty, that one on top of the other.
Tony, to what happened today or yesterday in court with Bullhorn Betty, and what are your thoughts about Bullhorn Betty and what she's been doing?
Notice the figure behind Seth that he turns around and looks at. Who do you think that is, chat?
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under.
Look at the look Seth just gave Tony. Look at that look he just gave him for saying, let me make it crystal clear. Seth is being a smart aleck, mocking Chris Proudfoot because he used that term before. So they're on court TV last night, and he does that. It's Betty. Betty admits to it, and we're going to watch the stream after this.
Under oath to get those protective orders?
They lied under oath to get those protective orders. They had to prove with evidence that those were following the law.
This family has spent more time trying to silence people than they've spent looking for Sebastian.
Because they have asked for protection against one woman in 7 months that went to their home, that went on their property, that has intentionally kept them under surveillance, that talked about purchasing a pew-pew when she was in Tennessee, that has incited her audience, in my opinion, to harass and stalk them by calling them things such as murmurers, that they did something to their child, that their child is defective, that they didn't want said child, that the child was a package, that Katie stuffed him and got rid of him in a pickle bag. Things of that. Right, Twist? Oh, it's one after the other. Just wait.
We know for a fact that there's no proof that Sebastian walked out of that home.
They know for a fact that Sebastian did not walk out of that home. If you guys know this, why doesn't law enforcement know this? And why isn't this a criminal investigation instead of an open investigation? If you know without a doubt that he did not walk out of that home, then where is he? And why is this not a criminal investigation instead of an open investigation? If there is evidence to prove that he did not walk out of that house, why doesn't law enforcement have this in their hands? Or are you just making up stories?
Why are they in a hotel room together? Huh?
It was Tony's birthday. They were out celebrating Tony's birthday.
Gross.
And we know from what we've heard from law enforcement, which is the only updates that have happened, that there is no proof to suggest foul play at this point in time. The parents have been cooperative. This is an open investigation, not a criminal investigation. The times that it was mistakenly put out as a criminal investigation was retracted and corrected. Nothing has changed since the last time law enforcement has given an update publicly. We don't know what's going on. The FBI has offered a reward. But as of right now, we know that Seth, Katie, and Chris have been cooperative with law enforcement and that it's an open investigation. There's no sign of foul play at this point in time. And that went for all three parents. Meanwhile, Seth has ran around and called himself a suspect.
And it makes you wonder what else they're lying about, Vinny. It also makes you wonder what would happen if Sebastian would have been able to file a protective order against his stepfather.
Right there. What would have been like if Sebastian would have been able to file a restraining order against Chris? On what grounds? A slap on the butt, a one-time pop on the butt with a belt years ago? You talk like this, and you're about to say some stuff about CPS records that my understanding is you're not supposed to be talking about because it involves a minor child. But you keep dangling that like it's something. Meanwhile, we have no idea what happened. But to imply that there was something going on, that Sebastian should have been able to file one on Chris, when you can't even back that up, and law enforcement has not arrested anybody or charged anybody with abuse or neglect. If there was evidence to prove that something happened, there would be charges at this point in time, maybe even unrelated to the disappearance of Sebastian. But law enforcement, the FBI, the TBI have been so far up in the middle of this case from the first day that they have all of their records. They know about this CPS stuff way before any of the public had ever heard them talk publicly. Think about that. Law enforcement was privy to all of this information from jump. They knew within hours of him going missing that there had been stuff going on. They had already started asking questions. They have tried to tell everybody that they didn't do forensics. They didn't do all this. We've actually heard the opposite. We've heard how thorough they were and how great they were to work with and how invested they were in asking questions. Seth himself thanked law enforcement for all they were doing, talked about how when they followed him home, how fast they took their phones and downloaded all of their phones. The Secret Service is involved to go through electronic devices. They have left no stone unturned, in my opinion, and went right in within 5 miles, 5-mile radius. They have searched heavily. They had FLIR aircraft up in the air, no, fixed wing aircraft with the FLIR system. If they couldn't get to it with that, they sent in drones. If they couldn't get to it with a drone, they sent in horseback or ATVs to investigate anything. They were so heavily invested. So to come out here and make these allegations like everybody dropped the ball, could it happen? Absolutely. But there is no indication of that if we're following the facts at this point in time. And if we're going to be fair across the board, I don't even want to go there. Truly don't even want to go there because he's just going to say enough anyways. I'm just going to let it play.
Seth, your reaction to what happened and what is happening in all.
And for those of you that might not know this story, this is Tony Mathis sitting to the side of Seth. He is a crane salesman, but started having high interest in true crime cases such as the Idaho 4 and things of that when he was on his sales trips. He has no training or experience in spokesperson, advocating, PR, anything. He cold called a few social media people, from my understanding, got in with a few groups, got some drone footage for the Idaho 4, his words, not mine. We've done a video on it if you want to see it. He got himself invested in these. Then he happened to work with a man whose son went missing, Caleb Harris, and was ultimately found deceased, tragically. But Tony became their spokesperson. In the meantime, at the end, furthering to the end of that case for Tony, his involvement in that case, he met Seth Rogers. And they were connected by somebody in the social media. They've said Pascal's declined and said, no, it wasn't me. Somehow they got connected. When Tony first got involved, he used to say that on TikTok that he was like a spiritual advisor to Seth.
All of this.
My professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of Chris and Katie did something to my son.
I'm going to take that back because I want you to make sure you understand what he just said here in full context when he leans forward. In my professional opinion, remember, he tries to tell everybody that he is a county sheriff's deputy. He is a county jailer, which by terms falls under deputy sheriff.
It makes you wonder what else they're lying about, Vinny. It also makes you wonder what would happen if Sebastian would have been able to file a protective order against his stepfather.
Seth, your reaction to what happened and what is happening in all of this.
My professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of Chris and Katie did something to my son. They're using Sumner County to cover it up.
Thoughts?
He looks like a juggalo.
They're using Sumner County to cover it up. In his professional opinion, what training do you have in any of this? Evidence collection, body language analysis, behavioral science, forensics,
Rating.
any of it? So professional what? Liar? Manipulator? I'm not really sure what profession we're talking about here. It's hard for me to be nice on this, and I'm trying to be as polite as I possibly can because both things can be true. I can have empathy that his son's missing. but I can also be honest about what's coming out of his mouth that he is saying against the mother of his child. And my stance on this is Sebastian is the one that has been forgotten in all of this. That Seth's hatred for Katie has outweighed and outshone his love for his son publicly. Do I think that he loves his son? Absolutely. But do I think that he is so caught up and surrounded by people willing to exploit his pain and suffering that have continued to push him in this direction of anger and rage instead of being a friend and really loving on him and supporting him through the hardest time of his life? Janice, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Love you. Okay, hold on. I got to check. I gotcha. Hold on. Let me send you a link. Gotcha.
We said the same thing, Beth. We said the exact same thing.
Sorry, responding to my moderate quick. All right, Tennessee gal, please don't. You don't need to call him a fat ass. Like, we don't need to do all that. You can talk about him like he's degrading himself enough right here. We don't need to take it any further, please and thank you. What up, Chico?
Yeah, I'm not gonna call him a fat ass, but him and Tony, sit the fuck down and have several seats. I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of Seth. I'm sick of that bitch BHB. I'm sick of y'all.
What?
You can't even take your ass whooping like a grown ass woman. Take your ass whooping like a grown woman. You did the fuck shit. Now own the fuck shit.
I agree with you 100%.
I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Y'all have turned this boy's case into a fucking circus.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse, Chico. Have you not watched this yet?
No, I have not, and I've never. Pika told me about it, and I told her I don't even want to watch it because I'm probably gonna go the fuck off.
It's rough. It's just no need. Like, it's really sad because I truly, genuinely do believe that people around him are pushing him further into this hate for his ex, and I think he's willingly doing it. Like, I'm not gonna say he's not. He rolled into Brittany J's last night in the middle of her stream. She was talking about something else. I got word of that this happened, and I went back and fact checked myself. She's in the midst of talking about something else, and he rolls in and is like, "Play my interview." So they played like a section of the interview. He was proud of this.
So you're proud of. You know how this shit is. It's really actually kind of funny to me. At first, you was crying about how you want your family back, but now it's fuck her. She's the most evil, vile woman in the world. She did it, and Chris has been harassing and stalking me. What the fuck?
Right?
Sit your butthurt ass down somewhere.
Right.
You're right, David.
Black Widow channel, thank you so much for the support. You're right on that. You are right on that. But it's still like at the expense, like what's going to have to happen to this family? Please understand that this is where I'm coming from. This incites more hatred and potential danger for Chris and Katie. There are people that believe this in their heart, that say that they love Sebastian. It's become a sick obsession for some people. And that's not a joke. Like, I might be able to like cut up and talk shit, but the seriousness of this is major. Yes, they are inciting people to hate these complete random strangers, and we don't know what people are capable of. They could genuinely believe that these people did something, see them out in public, and take something into their own hands. This is extremely dangerous.
It is. Because there is, like you said, psychos out here that truly believe this and would love to see Katie and Chris hurt. And that to me, like we have lost all sight
Hold
of
on.
it.
Pause for a second. I gotta address this shit. Tennessee gal, just an FYI, this is the first time I've ever seen you here. I've opened very clearly and said that I wasn't going to be calling him names like fat ass and shit like that. It's one thing to speak facts aggressively and tell the truth, but I've never seen you here. And if me asking you not to call him a fat ass in my chat is a problem for you, don't announce your departure. Just fucking leave. I trust Chico. I believe I know what Chico's heart and passion is. I've never seen you before. So when you want to compare yourself to a mod that I respect and fuck with and trust, just remember you're new here. She's not. That's my people. I trust the shit out of her. And I respectfully asked for people to not call him that. And you did that anyway. So it's not JFK. No need to announce your departure. Carry on.
Yeah, they wanted attention. Because they have
I'll give it
been,
to him. It's Saturday night. It's after dark. He
they've
got the
been
right
in
one.
the chat like, constantly repeating the same damn thing, talking about that the sheriffs is investigating Self, Tony, whoever. Yeah, whatever. Just respect the damn rules. Just don't go after his looks, y'all. If you want to attack something, attack the behavior. That's what you attack. You don't attack the look. And I know I do it sometimes well with Betty ass. Because fuck that bitch. And I stand on there 10 toes down. And y'all know I will always have smoke for her ass.
Right. It's the fact that it's just stupid. Like, that's the one thing they keep getting stuck on. And the reason I said it too is because that's what they do to Chris and Katie. They do that to Chris and Katie when they were in court. They sat there and mocked their looks. They are focusing on things that don't matter in the disappearance of Sebastian. If Chris gained weight, if Katie changed her hair color, has no bearing on whether or not Sebastian is missing. And people have gotten so caught up in this false hate of random strangers, parents of a missing child who need a hand up right now and supported, because we have no indication that they're behind this. And instead they're being kicked over and over and over again. And the person leading the charge, who proudly states that he has picked all of these people, is the biologic father of Sebastian.
Yes.
Sebastian is missing, and it has been completely upside down. Oh my gosh, hallucinogenic recipe. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. You guys, welcome to the cabana. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mimi.
You want to watch this with me? Thank you, Mimi.
Yeah, I'm here. Let's do it.
Do you want to say anything else before we go?
I'm over it, y'all. I really am.
Like, hello, Kyle. Good to talk to you again.
Kyle, you know I love you. You know I love you. You have a special place, okay?
You do too, Chica.
You know what was so funny? You rolled in and you started going, and Kyle goes, "Well, hello, Chico. Nice to see you too."
I'm sitting here listening, and I'm like, do people not understand that, like you said, it is dangerous? She is inciting her subs to sit here and drive past their house. She has literally went on their property. She has encouraged subs to sit here and videotape them. Like, come on. Because you know, if it was you, your family, you would be raising 9 kinds of hell about it.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Yep.
The fuck? This ain't. So it's okay for one, but not okay. Come on, y'all.
Right. Exactly. Okay, this goes on. We've got about 13 minutes left of this, so
let's roll.
Just hold your horses, people. It's going to get rough.
And to hide themselves from the actual law.
Hide themselves from the actual law? Where? Chico, have you seen them hide themselves from the law?
Absolutely not. I thought they were cooperating 100% with law enforcement.
Yeah, that's the last thing we knew. That's the last thing the
okay.
Law enforcement has said, is that parents are fully cooperative. And Nick Barris, the local news reporter, has checked in with law enforcement throughout the time, and there has been numerous times that he's reiterated that hasn't changed. So here we go.
And let me ask you, Seth, and we have no independent information. We know that police are saying there's no suspect. No one's been named as a suspect in any of this. But But this seems to be, at least from my perspective, Seth, is it a change in the way you are seeing what has transpired through all this? Are you seeing things differently than you did before?
It's the evidence. I still believe my son is alive.
It's the evidence. Look at Vinny's face. Look at that. Look at that pause.
What evidence? What fucking evidence? Please, somebody tell me. What fucking evidence is there? No, don't worry. I'll wait.
Yeah. It's the evidence. And last time he was on Vinny's, he was calling himself a suspect. So Vinny just corrected that. We know, according to law enforcement, nobody's been named a suspect.
No.
So Vinny was halfway correcting what he had said last time he was on there, because he was confused by him stating that he was named a suspect last time. And now this. Look, poor Vinny's face.
Vinny, why did you... hold on, wait a minute. Vinny, your ass need to be beat, because why did you platform this bullshit? This is just as bad as Piers and Jag to me. This is bad.
Comes on. It's bad. It gets worse.
That's what I'm saying. You are willfully platforming, inciting people to cause harm to a family. And that's okay. As a journalist, that is okay.
A little bit. Can they pull the show though? I know these shows have producers, right? I don't know how TV works. Can they pull the segment if it's getting too much? Does he have control, or does he have to just carry it out for a segment because he's paid by higher ups? Anybody know?
I don't know.
How TV works? I would love to understand that, because I don't know if he has power to pull the segment or power to stop the segment, or if he has to wait for a producer, because his paycheck is signed by Court TV, I'm assuming. Yeah. Stargazer, I think he looks confused. I do think he looks confused.
This is dangerous. It's dangerous. No, I was just saying it's dangerous. All of this is dangerous. Platforming, this shit is dangerous, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
You're gonna there's a part upcoming in this that is absolutely mind-blowing.
Somewhere. But the fact is that he was at their house last. There is no evidence that he ever left the house. And
the way they keep...
And they, as Tony has stated, they have spent more money and time trying to get people to not speak about Sebastian than...
How? You sent 6 C&Ds, sir, that cost you, what, $250 a pop for an attorney to do?
Yep.
You sent 6 of those. You've had all these vigils that have supposedly cost you money.
And where has all this money went that you raised? I'm still waiting on that. I'm still waiting on that itemized list. Don't worry, I'll wait on that too, Seth.
Katie and Chris had donated towards billboards. We know that Katie designed a t-shirt and had no proceeds come into her whatsoever. Seth designed a t-shirt and proceeds came to him. These are all facts. I'm not making shit up, and I'm not trying to cut anybody down. These are just the facts. Katie and Chris have sent out flyers, put up flyers, taken flyers to people that have been out there searching. They have they filed a restraining order against one woman and hired an attorney to represent them. That should have happened a long time ago, with as crazy as social media got and the threats that were being made online publicly. Seth has an attorney and nobody flipped the lid about that. I mean, some people did, of course, but he sent 6 C&Ds and had an attorney. How is it any different than what he's been doing? I don't understand this.
It's not. Once again, rules for thee, but not for me.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, he sent 6 C&Ds. And anyways.
Speaking about Sebastian, Sumner County hasn't come out since April with anything. And Katie won't come out and speak, won't ask for help to find Sebastian. I really have to say that she never loved her son.
Okay, that's a lot to unpack right there. Sumner County has not came out and said anything since April. But meanwhile, you guys have told us that through your team that you've been working hand in hand with FBI. Meanwhile, you guys have told us through your team that you have communication on and off with law enforcement throughout time. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you're good with them, sometimes you're not. Sometimes you are working with them, sometimes you're not. The story has changed numerous times. So I don't really know the status of your relationship with law enforcement. If I'm to take your team's word at it, Tony said that you destroyed your relationship with law enforcement right from the beginning because law enforcement asked you to do things. You refused to do them to earn respect and trust with law enforcement. And that damaged your relationship. Is it further than that? I have no idea. Is
Well,
Tony a liar? Yes.
I also heard he was trying to look in their command center and all type of stuff that he should have had access to.
Yep.
That's what I heard. Now I don't know if it's true, y'all, so don't.
Yeah, a lot of it. Well, if we're going to take everything at face value, the things that we've heard out of Seth's mouth, we're going to take the other stuff at their mouths too. We truly don't know any of the facts of this besides what TBI has put out there. That's what we know is fact and their own words. So we're taking them at face value and that's where it is. But can we vet half the shit? No, that's why there's a lot of stuff that doesn't get spoke about because we can't vet like law enforcement. This is an open investigation into a missing child. They don't want a lot of these details and stuff, what they do know out there publicly, because they don't want to affect a missing child's case, the outcome of it. They're going to want whatever the case may be. They want to bring him home or get justice. Like that's law enforcement's job, is to protect the dignity of the victim while investigating this disappearance. We're not entitled to know anything.
Nope.
You want to add anything there about she never loved her son?
That's bullshit. That's first of all. We've all witnessed her reactions. We saw. I mean, I don't know what y'all want her to do. Be sad 24/7 when she has another child she has to care about. I keep saying that. It sounds messed up and it's fucked up, but you do have to keep pushing because you have other kids to worry about. And I know that's got to be hard on Katie. So for us to sit here and say she never gave a fuck about her child, who are you besides the sperm donor?
Well, we've actually, if we want to talk factually about things that Seth has said, he actually in the beginning of this did mention that he saw that she was grieving. He did.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, he sure did.
He did. He acknowledged that she looked very sad and distraught. He also was there for the first 3 days with them. Yes, there was problems that were brewing, but he was there. He actually was there before Chris got home from Memphis.
Yeah.
He saw, he knows that she was distraught. He's talked about it. But then there was, I mean, I think this always was in there, obviously, the dislike, but social media really amplified the disdain for each other. Well, his disdain for her for sure. And gave him a platform to spew all of that shit. Because it's been a constant attack on Katie from him.
It has since from the beginning.
Yeah.
From the beginning, that's all he has said is her fault, is her fault. And
when Chico says her fault, anytime he tells a story, something that Sebastian experienced, it falls back onto it's Katie's fault. She didn't protect him. She wasn't doing this. She wasn't doing that.
Yeah.
Her fault.
And I'm sorry, but then I have to look at you, Seth. What have you done for your child? What I do know, what you said out of your mouth, you didn't give him his meds properly. You wasn't home with him if you was working 14 to 16-hour days. So who is really the shitty parent? If we don't go there, let's go there. Come on, Seth. Because, see, I'm not scared.
Well, and here's the thing. You can be, I mean, even shitty parents, let's be honest. All parents make mistakes.
Yeah.
But let's go this route. Like, yeah, he had to work. Okay. So let's give him all the benefit of the doubt. Let's throw it all out the window and say that parents make mistakes at face value. We do the best we can with the resources we provide. I'm being very generous here, so bear with me. I got a point to this. Let's give him the same benefit, which we have. We have been giving him the same, but I have been. Shit happens and you can be emotionally stuck. Like, obviously, there's a broken soul inside there. But when you are coming out here and smearing the people that your child, no matter what the case may be, no matter what you think, if you truly believe that she didn't love your son, you those are your feelings, right? Let's give him that. But you know that Sebastian loved his mom. You've said that. Loves his mom, loved his mom, whichever way you want it. Because you've gone back and forth with that too. You know Sebastian loves his mother. You've gone on Betty's and talked about how the two of you should be in charge of this to find your son. If we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt, why, and believe that you're just a broken father who's made mistakes, why aren't we giving her the same benefits? Because you want us to believe all this stuff about Katie, right? And we're supposed to give you empathy, but sir, you're the one with court orders. There's never been, even when you were asked directly if Katie's ever harmed your son, you talked about yourself, not Sebastian. You've never said that she harmed Sebastian physically. When asked by Betty, that was the exclusive interview on May 30th, I think, for anybody that wants to know what I'm talking about. So you acknowledge these things, but then you twist it on court TV to weaponize against her. Meanwhile, completely, once again, throwing out Sebastian. That these are his loved ones. No matter how fucked up our parents are, most of us still have this weird love for our parents. Most of us have had trauma. You love your parents. Kids love their parents. No matter what he was struggling with, no matter what he was fighting with, it's what he was. This just drives me fucking batty. Because we're supposed to believe that you love your son, but we can't believe that she loved her son too, and you were both just trying to do your best and something happened. He walked out the front door. Why are you actively trying to get people to believe that something horrific happened to him and that they did something to him and stop people from looking for your child? That's my question.
Yeah, because it ain't 2 plus 2 ain't equaling 4 for me, but I digress on that one.
See, I have so much to say about this. Like, it's just unfucking believable. Like, if we're supposed to give them both this, like, I'm trying to be fair across the board, right? Parent, and just take it at surface value. Just we throwing a lot of this shit out the window that we've known, because there's a lot of this shit that has no impact on Sebastian being missing. There's been so much noise around this case that leading to the very basics of this case, what we do know is very little. It's not all this other stuff. They want people to continue to look for Sebastian, but they're doing everything to try and tell people that he's been harmed. He does, Remy. He makes it very hard to be fair.
He does.
He's not being fair to Sebastian, in my opinion.
No, he's not. And it's hard for me to feel empathy and sympathy for him at this point.
I get it.
You have bashed your ex-wife every chance you have gotten.
I get it. Totally get it. And I believe that too. I believe Katie loved her son, loves her son. Right now, all we have is an indication that they all loved their son and he walked out the front door. That's all we know at this point in time. It's just fucking unbelievable. Okay, sorry. I gotta hit this play. I'm telling you guys, this fucked me up. I knew going into this that this was gonna be hard to watch again, and sure as fuck. Sorry, I'm rambling tonight. Thank you, Chico, for joining me.
Thank you.
And on top of that, I have the DCS reports that I've written that I have literally took me an attorney to get them. Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two psychopaths.
Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two psychopaths.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Terry. I feel that at the root of all this is Seth's relief that this happened on Katie's watch and not his. It gave him immense confidence to attack.
Yes. Thank you, Terry. Yes.
Agreed. Thank you for the support. He did, Sheila. He said he started to say written. You want to hear that again? We can go back again and just listen to that part again.
That I have literally took me an attorney to.
I didn't go far enough back. Sorry. I always do that. I'm trying not to go too far.
I really have to say that she never loved her son. And on top of that, I have the DCS reports that I've written that I have literally took me an attorney to get them. Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two psychopaths.
Once again, you butthurt self. You butthurt that your buddy got a fucking restraining order. Just don't admit that.
I don't know what he means by him starting to say he wrote with this DCF reports. I don't know what if it was a slip of the tongue. I don't know if there's more to that. We're not privy to that because those are juvenile records of a minor child. So he has been told that he cannot release those records or the contents of those records either. Uh-oh, Chico just left. Chico disappeared. She'll be back. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's more to them or not. I don't know. It could have just been a slip up. What do you guys think about him calling him a psychopath? Oh, you're back. I gotcha.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't agree with it. I don't.
She's back, Jenny.
I just feel like all this name calling and throwing Katie under the bus is a deflection, but for what, I don't know.
Socks too. Good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that would happen. To my understanding, he hasn't even filed for anything like revolving around custody or anything. There wasn't going to be a custody change or no court changes. We've heard a lot of discussion about he was going to live with Seth at the end of the summer, but what we know, taking them on face value, again, all of their words, is that they had an agreement that he was going to go stay with Seth over the summer. There was going to be no court custody changes, but he has not filed anything either. He claims that he didn't know about these records until after Sebastian went missing. It's all confusing. So I'm not sure if that's what he's wanting, but nothing to my understanding has been filed whatsoever on his behalf. In fact, the only thing, Chico, have you heard anything different than the only thing that I've heard he's used an attorney for is the 6 C&Ds that he has filed to this point.
I haven't heard him use an attorney for anything besides that bullshit. That is literally something you can wipe your ass with. It's not valid.
And what's interesting is he's now supposedly represented by a company called At Night. And At Night Media is Nick the Hat's company, who is represented by Joseph Lesniak out of Pennsylvania. Seth's a resident of Tennessee. But this company, At Night Media, is representing Seth, which is, again, Nick the Hat. And then they have attorneys. So they claim that by proxy, he's being represented by them too out of Pennsylvania. I'm not really sure how this is all working, but
Okay.
please keep these very separate too. This is all in regards to Bullhorn Betty's case. Like, that's what Vinny was talking about. They are not intermingled here. Bullhorn Betty has stalked the parents of this missing child, but she has no foundational anything with Sebastian's disappearance or the case of Sebastian being missing. She's just a character and a sideshow of the harassment that the family's gone through.
But here's my question. What did you get attorneys for? I know what Katie and Chris got attorneys for, but why did you get attorneys besides a C&D?
Yeah, I don't know who paid or if any money was exchanged for his representation by At Night Media. That has not been clear. All we have is speculation on what actually has gone down there. Of course, they're not going to show us their contracts or anything. There's been talk about anonymous donors, such as so on and so forth. We don't know who's actually paying, if there's any fee that's being retained for At Night, or if there's some sort of agreement that they have rights to Sebastian's story via Seth, or we don't know what the agreement is. But why not stick with his original attorney? I don't know. That it just seems odd to me because he had this attorney in locally already for the 16D. So I don't know. It's interesting.
None of that. It don't make sense, but okay.
It does. I think, if I'm being honest here now, I'm going to give you guys an opinion. I don't do that very often because I try to keep it very unbiased over here. But if you couple one of the last appearances or the last appearance that he made on T-Rev 757, and of course the clips exist of him going on and he talks about an organization and trying to start a 501c3. They wanted to start a foundation and a 501c3. That was when they were talking about the reward fund. And I don't know if there's something more to that, if they're trying to start a foundation and he's going to be kind of like the Petito Foundation has done. I don't know if they have hopes of doing something like that eventually, currently. I don't know. It just has always rubbed me wrong, that conversation about the 501c3 and then Tony's involvement and all these other people. So you got anything else to add, or you want me to carry on?
You can continue on that. I'm going to stay quiet on that.
You're good.
Tony, now you've accused them of lying, the Proudfoots, right? So what were they lying? What were they lying about from your perspective? And again, we have no.
So that's Tony's wife behind right there with the ponytail in. Betty actually admitted last night that she was there too. Betty has her hair down. Tony's wife, it looks like, has her hair pulled back.
Independent information or confirmation that they said anything that was untrue, or verification that what they said was true, like either way. But what were they lying about from your perspective, and what's the evidence from your perspective that they are not telling the truth?
Well, they actually were lying, and it was proven in court that they were lying about what they stated in the protective orders.
They were lying in courts, and it was proven in courts. Okay.
Which was the.
And they were granted these ROs. Well, he's going to tell us.
Okay. All right. I'm sure.
She had.
Yeah. Watch this.
Had physical contact with them, that she was following, stalking, and harassing them. And even on the stand, Mr. Proudfoot admitted that he had never met her in person.
So you mean to tell me that harassment and stalking is only in existence when you're in somebody's vicinity? There's no such thing as cyber stalking, keeping somebody under surveillance, harassing, inciting things. Chico, any thoughts?
Oh, that definitely happened. We witnessed it numerous times. I know because I roasted the bitch for it. Encouraged people to dig up church parking lots, went by their property, put a flyer on their property, got out the car and shouted out Terry Bowersox. Like, I can go on and on of all the times she harassed them.
But because she's never met them face to face, she's been to his job site. She's crossed state lines and gone to the RV park. She's admitted numerous times to going by his parents' home. She's had footage of other people keeping them under surveillance and blasting it to her, 35,000 sub audience?
Yep.
But I guess now they lied because he admitted that she's never been in his vicinity. But so he admits, where's the lie in that, sir? You said that he's never met her in person, and he admits he's never met her in person. So where's the lie, first of all? And secondly, since when did that become the only thing that falls under the definition of harassment or stalking? Did you know your buddy Betty that you're defending right here talks openly about cyber stalking and keeping people under surveillance and driving by people's homes when she was throwing her fit back in December of 2023 about people doing that to her and how she was going to go after them legally?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a clip on my channel if you want me to talk about that too.
So, in my opinion, it's a little difficult to be stalking somebody that you've never met in person. And it goes.
So stalking is only people that you've met in person.
Bullshit, but okay.
Meanwhile, there's case after case of stalkers that have never met their stalker. That's kind of what a lot of people don't know their stalkers and have never met their stalkers face to face. Like,
Ever.
hello?
That's what I said. It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Fucking joke. Like, you have an interest in true crime, but you obviously don't know anything about true crime. But because if you did, you would understand that there's a lot of cases. The Night Stalker. Do you think the Night Stalker knew? And his name is the Night Stalker. Jesus.
Goes to the many inconsistencies that have been told by Mr. Proudfoot since the very first interview. Not one of his interviews have matched up, Vinny.
And when you
Not one of his interviews have matched up.
No. Y'all gotta be smoking that good shit. You gotta be smoking that good shit. None of y'all fucking interviews have matched up. So what the fuck are we doing this tit for tat shit? Really?
No, they're not. You know why? Because Chris and Katie aren't doing this.
Exactly. They won't even entertain that shit. Meanwhile, he's went on how many platforms to cry, woe me?
Meanwhile, the last interview that they did with news media after this court hearing, Seth made it all about Betty and himself and how they were going to hear his voice now. This is, Plan X that we talked about. But Chris refused to go on camera and make it about himself in this court hearing. All he asked is people keep the focus on Sebastian. Tell me the difference between the two statements there. Please keep the focus on Sebastian. I don't want my face in the media because I want to keep this about Sebastian, not us. That's what it said to me.
That's what it said to me.
Well, one of my mods dropped Chico's link. Duchess, please drop yours. You guys drop all my mods know. Please drop your channel links too. You guys, there's some amazing channels in here that actually do the thing and talk about missing cases beyond this. I'm an asshole with a lot of opinions and a YouTube channel that tries to point out and highlight the exploitation of families and victims. And I talk all the shit and do a little debunking here and there. But there's people in our community that I'm so proud to stand beside because they bring awareness to the missing constantly. Duchess, Chico, Arctic have done an incredible series of lives on people just from Tennessee that are missing, people that have been missing after the storm. There are people in this community that have incredible stories, such as Amethyst and so on and so forth. There are people out here that are really attempting to make a difference in these lives and advocating in the best way that they know how. They don't even call themselves advocates, but they do fall in the category of more advocacy than this woman with a blowhorn that harasses victims and their families. So please sub up to those channels, and thank you all from the bottom of my heart, my black little wretched soul over here, for all that you guys do.
No, thank you. Because yeah, I get to talk shit up here, so.
It's like therapy, right?
Yeah, it is, especially on this one. Because everybody knows I really don't cover Sebastian's case. I don't. I stay away from his case because of what is going on. Um, but with this shit has gone on long enough, far enough. It needs to stop because at the end of the day, all of this infighting, what has it solved? And I'm still waiting. Who has found Sebastian off of YouTube? No fucking body.
Nobody. And there's been so much noise. It's unfortunate. It's just truly unfortunate. Like it just feels like that's
It
so heavy.
is. It's a fucking circus, and every day it's like around the rosy, and it just gets worse.
And the sad thing is I know for a fact, like I'll never tell you that I'm trying to find this missing child. I'm doing my small little part by pushing back on some of this because families and victims deserve better. They deserve protection and laws need to change and keep up so people stop exploiting these victims at their worst time. We have to talk about it because remaining silent over this allows these people to continue to make a career out of kicking these families on a daily basis and exploiting them and painting narratives that are dangerous for the victims and their loved ones.
Yes.
We make light of this and talk all this shit, but this is a really serious situation, and people continue to make excuses for doing this. They continue on both sides. There's sides of this. All we should have is awareness for a missing child. We truly don't even have a true crime case right now. We have awareness for a missing child, and it's gone so beyond that at this point. None of this advocacy.
No, it's not, and I've said it numerous times. There should be, like you said, there should be no fucking sides to this. It should
No.
be about Sebastian, but yet here we are, and I hate that it's that way. I really do. Like some of y'all know, I have stepped the fuck away completely a lot from all the shit I've been seeing going on.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate because even some of these so-called, and I'm putting heavy quotations on it, some of these good creators are starting to fall in that bullshit.
Yeah. I think that line's been blurred for a long time for me, for a lot. I mean,
And this is no shade to nobody. So don't take it, oh, it's Chico. Because I tell y'all, I don't know what the fuck is going on in these YouTube streets. I really don't. And honestly, if you want to know the truth, I really don't give a fuck.
facts.
Bottom line, I don't. I don't care who's beefing with who fucking who did what to this person. I don't give a fuck. I'm all about the cases and bringing people home and getting justice for people. And a lot of us have lost sight of that.
Yep. The line gets so blurred. I mean, I think it's always, I've made mistakes. I've crossed that line myself and gotten so emotionally like keyed up in some of these situations that I've lost sight. But I keep trying to take it back to, we cannot just sit by and watch this happen and not push back. And thank God there's some good creators out here that will push back and stick to the facts. But it's really sad because there's so many missing people. There are so many people that are missing. And we live in the United States. It is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. We watched an innocent man, potentially innocent man. Now you can have your feelings on the facts of the case. But no matter what, there was enough flaws in his case that there should have been questions asked. And he had signed for a deal for life in prison without the possibility of parole because there were so many issues with this case. We watched him be executed recently. There are so many people that have been put to death that are innocent. There are people sitting on death row that have never gotten a trial. This happens. And it is so important that we have impartial juries, not tainted jury pools, especially in these small communities, because these victims and their families deserve justice if it comes to that. And our system is fucked up as is. And when you have people out here based on no evidence, nothing factual, because of like or dislike over personalities and how we interpret their behaviors online, under the worst circumstances possible. We paint a narrative about these people based on our own trauma, our own dislike of something, a bad day, for some reason, right? We pick or choose like what we like in some and don't in the others, which is nature. But we won't even let law enforcement do their jobs. These people are interfering and calling in tips and leads and fabricating shit and creating noise. There is a child missing here. And his parents have all been brutalized by the internet, and we have no facts to back any of it up.
Nope. And that ain't our place. It ain't our, if you really think about it, it's not our place either.
Right.
You're not fucking law enforcement. I'm not law enforcement. The folks in the chat, y'all are not fucking FBI. That's not our place.
It's not.
You're overstepping your boundaries when you do that. Just FYI.
Fuck yeah. And any one of you, no matter what, could be in these shoes. We've watched him do it to a Marine veteran who took his own life. He was in a not a medically induced, he was in a coma for a while at the beginning, and then it was a horrifying story. We've watched them paint narratives about his wife when she was cleared by multiple agencies that she didn't do anything to cause, like physically cause his unaliving, that he took his life. But they painted narratives about her. They've done it to other families. They've gone after distant relatives of families. They've cost people their jobs. And then they kick these parents because they can't provide for their families. But meanwhile, they're getting people fired from their jobs because they don't like these people, because of something they saw online and their feelings of they're better than them, and they're investigating. They're investigators. These people have zero credentials. None of them are professionals.
Fucking Inspector Gadgets. That's what they are.
Inspector nose up the asses.
Say the interviews haven't matched up, or you're not talking about. So I just want to make this clear to everyone watching. You're talking about the disappearance of Sebastian, not about Bullhorn Betty in this case.
Yeah, the Bullhorn Betty lies were just another long string in the lies that they've told since the beginning.
So Vinny asked for clarification. Now you're talking about they lied against Bullhorn Betty, not in the disappearance of Sebastian. He's trying to make a distinction here. And Tony quickly, like the word salad he usually spews, reroutes that into it's just a long line of lies that they've told, implying that they've lied in the disappearance of Sebastian, because he claims that they lied when dealing with Betty. Nice one.
If you go back and break the interviews down from the very first interview they did all the way from Nancy Grace and beyond before they quit coming out in public.
Meanwhile, you notice he's not saying their interviews with law enforcement that they've ever lied to law enforcement. He's talking about social media, YouTubers, Nancy Grace, people who have intentionally tried to get them caught up. Both sides have done that to both sides. If we're being honest, people have tried to cut Seth up too. His own team members.
You can see one inconsistency after the next. And the great thing about telling the truth, Benny, is when you're doing that, it's always the same. It doesn't change.
Chico?
He's full of shit. Bottom line, y'all's story has changed over time to Seth can't keep his damn line straight to save his damn life. Hell, he really incriminated himself with a crime. I'll leave it at that.
Let's talk about Tony for a second here. Tony himself said that he was brought in to kind of do some damage control, right? That's what he said on BJ's panel. He was brought in to basically do some cleanup. Tony also claimed that Seth sent 1 to 5 C&Ds. These are his words, not mine. Again, Brittany J's interview, I've reviewed it on my channel, a few down. You can check me on everything I'm saying. He claimed that 1 to 5 C&Ds were sent. He wouldn't tell publicly what was said or who they went to. But what he did say is, I can tell you that none of the people that have came out and claimed publicly that they got a cease and desist actually got cease and desist from Seth. He said that on BJ's panel when they went up to do damage control and shut down, that BJ was going to ask them questions and they quickly got her off track. You can see that happen in real time too. We've reviewed that too. Anywho, long story short here. Meanwhile, Tony forgets that Seth himself had given an interview on Brittany's panel and talked about him sending 6 cease and desists. And he names 3 of those people he sent cease and desist to. I think he actually names more than that, but for sure 3. Because they were local to him. Cluminati, T-Rev, and Michaela. Guess who 3 of the people were that came out publicly and said they got him? Cluminati, T-Rev, and Michaela. So, sir, you want to point out other people's lies, but meanwhile, I can use your own words over and over again. You claimed that Sebastian had contact with Katie's mom, and you had gotten information that proved that Sebastian was in contact with Katie's mother. Then you came out and retracted that in a roundabout fashion. You have changed your story and lied how many times, Mr. Mathis? But we don't even have to just talk about it. Your words have done that repeatedly.
Yep. Over and over and over again. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Tony is not helping your case. Sir, you might want to get rid of him.
Well, and Lenore, we also know, based on Seth's own words, again, referencing the Blowhorn Betty interview, that communication before Sebastian went missing was already established that Seth and Chris spoke about things with Sebastian. Katie and Seth had already stopped having communication too before, unless necessary. Like they were in the same room together and stuff, but most of the communication, according to Seth, went through him and Chris. He talks about that. So this big, huge thing of like, all this changed happened. And people always gloss over the fact, somebody mentioned it earlier in the chat, and it's something we always talk about too, is Katie and Chris came out first and asked for media coverage and awareness being brought to Sebastian. Seth came out after them, but yet their team has constantly badgered Katie and Chris for not coming to get social media or media attention until 8 days later. But yet Seth came out after them, but he's praised and they're degraded because of it. It doesn't make sense. None of it. Anyways, anything else, Chico? I just need to shut up.
Why the fuck would they come on the internet anymore when they've been eaten alive every time they do? By body language experts, by YouTubers. So why the fuck would they come online? Because I wouldn't.
Yeah. Well, and there's nothing new for them to update. He has made, Chris has came on multiple shows and asked people to stop the drama and focus on Sebastian. All they want is Sebastian found. He's done that numerous times throughout. But every time he does that, it's twisted into something. It's made into something on all sides, not just one. It's made into something and blown into a shit show.
And I don't understand that. I don't get that.
But meanwhile, Seth is in chats every freaking night on YouTube, engaging in these chats that are bashing Chris and Katie, whether it be Spanky's, Brittany's. And you don't have to take my word for that. You can go see it. He's in these chats, Mr. and Mrs. E's True Crime Cast. I'm not telling the man how to live his life or that he shouldn't be engaging in these. But if Chris and Katie were doing that, the absolute hell that would be rained down on them for doing that and spending time on social media. Absolutely crazy. All right, let's go.
So what's the most material inconsistency that you believe has been stated from Chris and or Katie?
regarding Sebastian.
Absolutely. That's what I care about at the end of the day.
Cat, got your tongue there, Tony? I like how Vinny spun that. I want to back that up. Sorry. I want to hear that again because I want people to understand how he spun that right back around. And I'm actually proud of him for doing that.
When you're doing that, it's always the same. It doesn't change.
So what's the most material inconsistency that you believe has been stated from Chris and or Katie?
Regarding Sebastian?
Absolutely. That's what I care about at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Many inconsistencies told about the phone calls, the time of the phone calls.
The phone calls and the time of the phone calls, we have no knowledge of that. That's, again, up to law enforcement to decipher if there's issues with the call logs.
I was about to say, how do you know that, Tony? You law enforcement?
They wouldn't know that because they've said that they're not giving Seth any information.
Okay, so Tony, how can you... This is why Vinny needed his ass whooped.
Yeah, and we know that they took all of their devices. Chris's device was returned first, if we're going to take everybody at their face value again. They took all three of their cell phones, Chris, Katie, and Seth's. Chris's was returned first, then Katie's, and then Seth's. They downloaded all the phones. They took all of this stuff. So law enforcement is going to know when these phone calls happened. They've made a huge deal out of the call to 911 over and over again. Meanwhile, Chris is the one who placed the call to 911. He was in Memphis, so he called directly to Sumner County, bypassing being rerouted from Memphis dispatch, because if he would have called 911 from his location, it would have routed to Memphis dispatch, and then they would have passed them through to Sumner County eventually. He bypassed that on a three-way call because Katie was actively, from the sounds of it, in a very emotional state, so they did a three-way call. He bypassed, called directly to Sumner County because they are not in city limits. They live in the county. They live in Sumner County, so Hendersonville wouldn't even been the correct call. He called directly to the sheriff's office. That's it. But law enforcement, the TBI, the Secret Service, the FBI have all been investigating this case. If there was something to the phone records that led law enforcement to believe that something was different than what they were told, no matter what they were told, we don't know what they were told. We're not privy to that. There would be a difference in this case. And there would have been something that would have changed something if they would have had cell phone data that led them to believe something differently, in my opinion.
No, I agree, because I think we would have been had arrest by now if there was some damning evidence on their devices.
Right.
Just saying.
There would have been a change in the investigation status, I think, for sure. And I think we also have to take Seth at his word. They're not telling him anything. He's made that complaint that they're not getting information from law enforcement. We've heard his previous PIs that came out and spoke on his behalf when they were representing Seth, and how much they had vetted and the stories that had been vetted. And even one of his PIs that was working for him in that capacity at that point in time before he got rid of her stated that law enforcement was keeping things close to the vest, but they had confirmed a lot of the details, and she thought it was possible that Sebastian just walked out the front door. Why, how, where? Unknown. But she said those words, that it was very possible that he did walk out the front door. That was Chloe on Web Sleuths. Sorry, I feel like I'm giving a history goddamn lesson. This just infuriates me.
Well, no, because at the end of the day, that's what we're here for, to like basically to clear up the bullshit we spewed. Because that's what it was bullshit, misinformation, and you're trying to lead the audience to believe there's truly foul play when there is no proof of any.
Right. Ugh.
So the history lesson I appreciate, because there are some details I have forgot about this.
Same here. There's just been so much noise. And that's the sad thing, is these aren't details of Sebastian's case. This is the noise that surrounds the case. This is all the chaos that isn't really, I mean, some of it might be relevant, but a lot of this other stuff has just been noise that's been created. It's wild. It's absolutely wild.
The bedtimes, what happened after he went
his bedtimes. Where did that change?
When did he have bedtimes? What? Another lie. I'm telling y'all, a lie. Don't care who tell it.
I mean, where? You mean from the time he went to bed to the time she heard a thud? Like, what are you talking? I don't know.
To bed, just, that entire 10 to 12 hour period, many inconsistencies.
Inconsistencies or lies? There's a difference between inconsistencies and lies. And what you see as inconsistencies might not be a lie. It might be that they're telling social media people things and they're not being extremely clear on the details of things because A, it's none of our business. B, maybe they've been instructed to not talk about certain things. We have no idea what is going on, and we're not entitled to that. But if law enforcement had all these inconsistencies and they told you guys about that, wouldn't you be stating that you have a good working relationship with law enforcement?
Also, not rock solid alibis and
not rock solid. Oh. Since
Tongue
when?
twister. Tongue twister.
Since when? Not rock solid alibis. Since when? What has led us to believe that Chris was not in Memphis besides people trying to place him in by these wild theories and speculation? What has law enforcement stated as a fact that leads us to believe his alibi is not solid?
Once again, wouldn't his phone GPS if he was
his phone, his truck, the eyewitnesses,
all of that wouldn't, I'm just saying, but I digress.
Traffic cameras.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, all of that. All of that.
a lot of time that's unaccounted for.
And a lot of time. Whose narratives are we hearing? The 17 hours? You notice everything he's repeating here are theories that Betty. Why didn't you talk about the bruise on his neck, Tony? Why didn't you talk about that bruise Betty's been pushing? I want to hear you talk about that. Why didn't you bring that up on the media? Huh? Why didn't you go over the timeline with Vinny, Seth, and Tony? If you're going to push Betty's narratives, why not go the further direction here? Let's keep it going. He had a bruise on his neck, according to Betty. That's the photo that Seth said Katie shoved in his face when he arrived. Why'd she shove that photo in his face? If you want to go with Betty's theories and stories, let's go the rest of the way. Tebow, I'm talking Betty's words, right? They want to push parts of Betty's narratives, this 17 hours. Let's push the rest of it. Oh, wait, are you worried that people might start looking into the timeline of things and asking questions about shit? Asking for me because I'm a nosy fucking bitch. Because Betty forgot all about that narrative until I started pushing back the other day, and then she mentioned it again. Anybody notice that? They forget all the shit that they've came out here and pushed and said and done. The team and backtracked and then added new things and taken away new things, trying to get a feel for what the audience is going to bite into and run with.
Mm-hmm.
Like the power washer story from the neighbor that didn't exist. They almost got that one to go.
They were also, probably the biggest thing, Benny, is that they told Nancy Grace that they were told by TBI not to take a polygraph, and we found out later from TBI that is 1,000% not accurate.
So TBI told you that 1,000% not accurate, right? But you told us on a TikTok video, Tony, that you've had no communication with law enforcement because Seth didn't want you to have. That wasn't your job. That wasn't your role. He didn't want you to have communication. Has that changed? And now you communicate with law enforcement? Most of the time you say you're not really a spokesperson. You're not really a PR person. You're kind of an advocate for him. But now you're all of a sudden involved in the case. Meanwhile, on Brittany's, you told us that you didn't really have an interest in knowing the details of the case, but now you're coming on Court TV and telling us the details of the case. So which lane is it, Tony? Which lane do you want to pick? And who gives a shit what they've said on Nancy Grace? Again, it's media. Has nothing to do with what they told law enforcement. Has nothing to do. They can come on Nancy Grace and tell her that they fucking flew to the moon and back.
Because she's a fucking nobody. Except a TV personality. She's not law enforcement.
She's not owed shit.
Exactly. Like, once again, y'all are not owed a motherfucking thing. Y'all are not owed any explanation. LE doesn't have to tell nobody a motherfucking thing. And I highly doubt TBI told you that, Tony. I really doubt that because TBI don't tell shit.
This is just absolutely infuriating. By the way, I've reviewed those TikTok lives that I'm talking about where he said those things, and I've also reviewed the stream from Brittany's. Once again, everything that I am saying that he has said, you can fact check me on and find videos that I've reviewed, videos that other people have reviewed. These things have came out of their mouths.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Okay, Tony Mathis, Seth Rogers going to stay with us. We've got more to talk about. We're going to take you inside the...
But reminder here, Vinny says that's a big one. But I'm sure going through the back of Vinny's mind was he opened with saying that law enforcement hasn't named any suspects in this and they have no indication of foul play. So I'm sure that was swirling in Vinny's mind, right?
The courtroom so you can hear some of the testimony from today, and you'll see Chris Proudfoot on the witness stand. Just want to make it clear, like the First Amendment versus prior restraint of speech is serious business. And the judge made a decision today keeping her away from them. But how far did it go?
This isn't in regards to First Amendment. This is a stalking and harassment. This is a restraining order. This is due to somebody's behavior of stalking and harassing a potential victim. People file for restraining orders on the daily in courts across the country because they feel threatened in some way. This has nothing to do with Betty's freedom of speech. If she was just talking, it would be one thing. She took it to a whole other state, from Florida to Tennessee. She is openly admitted to keeping them under surveillance. This isn't just about her First Amendment rights to talk.
Go towards what she can say about this case. We'll be back.
Have other people contact?
For those of you that might not be aware, this is Chris and Katie's attorney asking questions right now.
Contacted you based off of Miss Griffin's conduct on her social media accounts?
Hundreds.
Okay. How often does that happen?
Daily.
Is it possible for you to avoid the media circus that surrounds Miss Griffin's conduct?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Have people gotten your personal phone number that way?
Yes, sir.
Have they gotten your email?
Yes, sir.
They message you on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
So Chris is on the stand being questioned by his attorney. Is there any way for them to avoid basically the fallout from Betty's actions? He says no. Then he acknowledges that he's been contacted by email, phone, social media. People have been reaching out because of people like Betty. They're talking in particular about Betty's actions on social media and asking people to do so and asking people and spinning these narratives. And he's saying, no, he can't avoid that.
Okay. So that's Chris Proudfoot. Bullhorn Betty goes online, provides information, and apparently her viewers or followers are sending messages and attempting to contact Chris Proudfoot.
There you go.
So the judge's decision has prevented Bullhorn Betty from contacting the Proudfoots. But what I heard in the decision was, it sounds like she can still talk about them. She just cannot contact them through social media, cannot contact them through text or email or any other way. He's got to stay away from them.
The judge's actual words in the beginning of this, in the clip you played, was that they're basically not a part of your life anymore. Those aren't his exact words. Don't say that. Never mind. Reach. He said something to the effect of, they're not a part of your life anymore. It will be very specifically detailed. I have a feeling in these orders, and that is why they are waiting to get these orders, according to what Betty says. But I think the judge was pretty specific. He even mentioned social media.
That, like, I understand that decision. Whether you agree or disagree, you know, it's up for debate, but that's the judge's decision. But it seems that she can still talk about them. Now, Chris Proudfoot was asked another important question when it comes to a restraining order, right? To stop, to prevent someone from going somewhere or contacting someone. There's got to be a reason. He's asked, why are you afraid of Bullhorn Betty? Take a listen.
What are you afraid of from Andra Griffin?
What am I directly afraid of, sir? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Well, when you make a video threatening that you want to bring a gun from another state to this state, directly in videos related to me, my wife, my family, that's a threat, plain and simple.
Okay.
What he is referencing, well, there's multiple parts of this, but one of the parts about her talking about a pew-pew was in the video of that is on her channel. It says, look what Bullhorn Betty did. And she talks about even reciprocity. I can't say it. And how she was going to want to start a GoFundMe to get a pew-pew.
Which she was full of shit. For one, you have to have a license, CCP, to carry here. That's the only way it works. Yes, we have open carry. Open carry only applies to the residents of Tennessee, not nobody and they stanky ass mammy outside of Florida.
Right. Yep. She did that. I mean, she talks about that. So, and again, that video, for reference of anybody that might not know what I'm talking about, is a video on her page called Look What Bullhorn Betty Did. I've also detailed it and clipped it here too. It's in other videos that I've reviewed.
She also said she was going to bring a machete, for the record.
And the reason why he says it like that is kind of funny. I will give Chris that. He mocks the way she said it. She did talk about taking a machete. She did ultimately attempt to say it was, you know, she was going to need it for the woods, but she's also had night vision goggles, as you've seen. She's been by their house. There's just so much here.
Okay, let's bring back in Seth Rogers, Sebastian's dad, and Tony Mathis.
So I want to remind you that they're going to make a big deal out of people smiling in the courtroom. I want you to look at Tony's wife in the background here. She seems very chummy. And I also want to remind you that the first court hearing was live streamed, and there was people snickering and smiling that were sitting on Seth's side in that first court hearing. Okay, keep that in mind.
Just a quick clarification. Everyone's watching that. Was she threatening to bring a machete to go after the Proudfoots?
Well, Benny, you being one of the better investigative reporters in this case, you know that if you take
Brown noser
a 4 or 5 second clip out of an hour-long video, you can twist that and turn that into anything you want it to be.
No, fuck that. It wasn't no twisting and turning. We all heard what the fuck she said. She pretty much openly threatened them.
They need to get a new PR person. This is falling flat on its face. Truly falling flat on its face.
It is. That's why I tell you, like, he is not helping your case, Seth. He is not. He's fucking making it worse. And that's why people are side-eyeing you and wondering what fucking part you have in the disappearance in your son. I'm just telling you the truth.
It's gotten so out of hand because this whole shtick here, you can take and twist they had 9 minutes of video that they played for the court. 9 minutes. Not 4 or 5 seconds. They played 9 minutes of clips of Bullhorn Betty threatening, stalking, harassing. I don't have to even say allegedly because the judge granted those orders and right now they're permanent for a year. The judge upheld the law. I can say that these were granted. These are restraining orders because of her behavior towards this family. And he is, again, trying to twist the narrative because poor Tony got caught with his pants down lying a few times. I mean, things in his hands. I mean, things flopping around. I mean, fuck, I don't know what it was. Never mind. Let's go on. Tony has experience with small things happening in 4 to 5 seconds.
She was talking about the things that she was going to need to be walking through these heavily wooded areas. One of the things that she mentioned she would probably need is a machete. But
she also said she needed snake boots too. She also had one of her subs' grandkids climb in a duffel bag to see if it's possible for a body to fit in a duffel bag.
Big bitch.
you don't get to see all that because that doesn't fit the narrative. Does that make sense?
Did you show Vinny clips of her calling Sebastian defective, calling him a package? Talking about our military, that they were trained killers. Oh, she talked about that in court.
On top of that, if she had stated that she was going to bring a machete, don't you think the felon that made the video for the Proudfoots would have actually clipped that in there? And it wasn't clipped in there. And if you notice, the attorney, that shyster that was sitting there representing the Proudfoots and the Bowersox, when they asked Chris the question, have you been contacted?
I could have represented Betty better than you are even trying to advocate for her. You don't even know the truth. You guys can't even spin the truth. You can't spin your lies because you're so caught up in what you're doing. Like, this is just such a fucking clusterfuck. It's not even believable.
Never asked who contacted them because...
Sir, give me 1 second.
Did this bitch not admit?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that,
I got you right here.
This bitch admitted she contacted Chris, but I digress.
I got you. All right. This is called Bullhorn Betty Calls Chris Proudfoot. This is from a channel called True Crama. I will drop the link in the chat. Oh, slow it down. Hold on. You guys know me. I listen to everything on 2 times speed.
These people.
Let's start it over.
These people. I've never had anybody contact these people. This is infuriating, right? Katie and Chris. Chris, remember that text message I told? Oh, let's read the text message I sent you.
Oh, let's read the text message I sent you.
I'm not going to read your response to me, but I'll read my message because I want to see if it rings true to you now, Mr. Proudfoot.
She did this in June.
Oh, I put a message. Oh, it was a voicemail message. And just to show you that this
it wasn't a text message. It was a voice message.
is the real Chris Proudfoot. Okay? I just don't want you seeing the message he wrote me because I don't have his permission to use it. That was weird. I didn't play my voicemail clip. It's Bullhorn Betty. I did want to stop by because I saw you on channel that protects criminals, which is that you circulate those channels. However, there was one comment that you made about how we need to take law classes, and I just wanted to let you know, I don't know if you know this about me, but I've worked in law offices for years. I have a paralegal degree, and I graduated with honors, as a matter of fact. So I know you think I'm an idiot and don't know what I'm doing, but I can promise you I do. And I've done investigative work on cases just like this many other times. So if you would like to talk off the record, I'm happy to hear what you have to say. But, honestly, this is where I stand. So take it for what you will. So Chris, I just wanted to let you know, how do you like me now? I mean, you didn't like me before. You didn't like me before. But I just want to let you know, knock, knock, Bullhorn Betty. I told you I would be up in your orifices and up in your colon. I'm not far enough yet. I'm not far enough. But I told you it'd be painless. Like you didn't even know what was up there until boom. Right? I see a pile up. Time to burn that ass, baby. Time to burn that ass.
Also, ain't this the same bitch that got busted out on TikTok for lying like she was a lawyer or some shit? Ain't that her? I believe that happened. I believe that happened recently, if I'm not mistaken, Betty.
Could have.
Yeah, they outed her ass on TikTok because she was acting like she was somebody's lawyer.
Oh no. Hey, Katie K. No, not Betty.
Yeah, Betty.
Do you know who reviewed it?
I don't. I just heard through a grapevine that she was on TikTok claiming like she had all these damn law degrees, and then they outed her ass. They dropped her records, all of this shit. They went real life on Betty.
Oh fuck. Burnt toasted. Thank you, Sheila. Wilds. See, I'm not a Betty expert, but I've seen what she's done a lot in this case.
Oh,
yeah.
I remember that because that shit made me laugh so damn. Oh, God. You a dumb bitch.
She does the most.
God.
Anything else you want to add to that?
No, we can keep going.
Okay.
Nobody that is on Betty's team or my team.
Betty's team or my team? Why are you separating the teams? I thought you were one big ol' happy team. Why are you separating? Why is there distance being put between these teams? Betty, are they about to let you go? Why are they putting distance between the two teams? Oh, are they trying to make it so it's not third-party contact when they start harassing them? Defending you? Oh, is that what's happening? Now we're separate teams before we were one? You don't want to, when we go down together. You don't want to sing that?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
Putting distance there, Betty. Are you getting a little worried that you're not of use anymore because you can't harass the family? I mean, I'm just wondering, asking for a friend.
Is actually reaching out to speak to these pathetic excuses for parents.
And Benny, if you actually listen to what was said there in court, the attorney asked the question, have you been contacted by people regarding things that Betty has been saying?
Right.
The people that are contacting Chris are his people. They're not.
Huh? Now he's got people. Chris, they've got proof. They know who's been reaching out to Chris. I'm sure they're, privy to that information. They must have tracked every IP. They must have trackers on that and know who's been reaching out to Chris. So all of those people that have been reaching out to Chris are his people. None of them have been Betty's people. Oh, interesting.
Sure.
But let's talk about something, Tony. So who gets Nick? Whose team's Nick on? Because Nick has been using social media to try and make contact with Chris. Just reach out to us. Like he's made videos attempting to communicate. So whose team, who gets him? Does Betty get him or you guys get him in this divorce? Splitting of teams, parting of ways. And I'm sure as fuck he's not a part of Chris's team. There's been other people in Betty's chat that have said that they've reached out and messaged him or called law enforcement on them or, made reports or in Betty's chat. Her chatters have been saying that. Where have you guys been?
Oblivious.
Fuck. Oh. All right, we're almost there.
Not Betty's people. They're contacting Chris saying, This is what Betty said today. This is what she said yesterday. Well, all you've got to do is tell those people, if you don't want to hear it, to quit contacting you.
Or Chris could just pull up YouTube and go to Bullhorn Betty and hit the video and see what she's been saying, because she's putting it out here publicly and tagging them in it, putting their names in it.
So let me get this straight. So somebody goes online, talks shit about me, my wife, my child, and I'm supposed to be all willy-nilly, take it, like just take the fucking with no lube and take it with a smile on my face. And hey, but if we say something about y'all, it's the end of the world.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Like, I'm not understanding that logic. I still do not understand this rules for thee, but not for me. I don't understand that bullshit logic. I don't.
Well, if I'm being honest here, I think you've got to throw common sense logic out the window here.
Well, you're about right. You're about right.
I think we
sorry.
gotta get rid of that. I think we need to like get on their level. So I'm not really sure that's possible, but we gotta throw common sense out, because this is not even this is so beyond helpful. Like this does not help. What does this help in finding Sebastian? How is this helping find Sebastian?
It doesn't. Once again, it doesn't. If anything, it makes all of y'all fucking look bad. Well, your team, sir. I can't say that for Chris and Katie, because they have done what they were supposed to do, which is shut the fuck up.
And continue to ask people to keep the focus on Sebastian, and thank people for all they're doing to keep the focus on Sebastian. Yeah. All right then. Okay. And I'm even trying to give this guy empathy that he's angry. He's going through the worst time. We don't know how people are going to react. People react differently. They do stupid shit under high power or high stress situations. But this is another example, in my opinion, of people that he has surrounded himself with that are absolutely opportunistic and are willing to push him into further pain and suffering and attempt to push these narratives and instead of trying to help this man find peace and healing and keep the focus on his missing child, they're exploiting his every ounce of emotion, anger, all of that for their own personal gain, and just continuing to push him further and further.
Oh, absolutely. I firmly believe that. I don't think I'm not going to say any because I don't know everyone's intention, but I feel like a lot of these people that's involved in this shit and that's being a mouthpiece for him doesn't have him or his son best interests at heart.
Right. And the sad thing is he's very, very vocal about how he has chosen this team.
Well, your team sucks and it's not worth a fuck. How about that?
He's in charge. It's his show. It's a Seth's show. Like, he's made that very clear numerous times. So it's just like the perfect storm, unfortunately, in my opinion. Happy birthday, y'all. Nana's not drunk. I hope you've had a wonderful birthday.
Hey, happy birthday.
I'm not going to sing because Chico's up here and
I can't sing.
You're going to sing?
I can't sing.
See, we're not going to make you suffer with that. I'm not going to make Chico suffer because she's on here. Normally, they're just in the chat and they can plug their ears or silence me. But she's right here and she don't have that option of silencing me. So I'm not going to make her do that. But happy birthday. I hope you've had the best day. And everybody else that's had a birthday too. Okay, we're almost done with this. And then I'm going to torture you guys some more. And we're going to get real petty. We're going to get real fucking petty. So if you want the petty shit, stay tuned for a few minutes because we're going to review some Betty.
Oh, yeah.
All the shit talking's coming up.
Make you afraid of a 5-foot female.
Sir, she's 5'2", 165 pounds.
As a man that has a...
Who the fuck said he was afraid? He said he took what she said as a threat. He never once said he was afraid.
Yeah, Well, since when is this whole thing that women, because she's 5 foot tall, are not threatening?
Exactly. Y'all, my ex was fucking 4'9", and I can send y'all pictures.
Yeah, I mean, Revival, good. I've missed you. I've missed the petty. When, like, where this is such a sexist thing to say that she's a woman and 5 foot tall, so she's not threatening. Sir, have you seen her record?
Strong history of being able to deal with females.
He has a strong history of not being able to deal with females. Again, sir, what about Betty's history of everybody in her life? What about that? You want to talk facts here? There's no records that I have ever seen publicly put out there about Chris court records. We've heard one story from one ex-wife that has had a nasty custody battle for 7 years.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen any court paperwork, any allegations against Chris being physically abusive to any female. Just because the man's been married numerous times does not mean he's physically abusive or emotionally abusive or any of the sort. Just because he's a bad spouse doesn't mean he's responsible for anything further than being a bad spouse. Just because one person made allegations that would have had a paper trail, in my opinion, because they supposedly happened in a police parking lot, and then supposedly police took her in a room and shut the lights off to torture her further, basically, because they were corrupt and working for the profits, you know, that whole story. Anyways, there would have been some sort of paper trail because she would have been able to sue, in my opinion, if law enforcement would have done that to her.
I think the same on that. I think I agree with you on that.
That's my own personal opinion, but I'm not saying that there wasn't something that went on between the two of them at all. I'm not discounting her story completely. I'm just saying there's a lot of questions in it. And if we're talking facts here, I'm saying that, yeah, okay.
So let's refocus now.
And let me tell you this too. Even if that existed, that him and Nina had a terrible divorce, that there was physical violence between the two of them, that still doesn't mean that he has anything to do or had anything to do or would have had anything to do with the disappearance of Sebastian. Those things do not correlate. Just because you're a bad spouse doesn't, this is so fucked up.
And get back to what this is really about, which is finding your son, Seth. So Sebastian, I'm sorry. Yeah, to find Sebastian. Your relationship with Sebastian's mom seems at this point is completely non-existent. I know early on there was talk about trying to work together, and it seemed like you were trying to come together to do something, but that just doesn't exist. So
Tony shakes his head no. Seth says there was. Chris approached. Let's talk about that story again, just so everybody has a reminder. Seth had his truck parked outside where they were getting ready to have a vigil. Chris pulled up because he thought Seth was having vehicle troubles. Now, this is all hearsay. I can't vet it. I wasn't there. But then that Chris approached Seth and asked Seth if he would work together. We've also heard Seth talk about how Chris reached out to him because they wanted to do an interview, all of them together. And Seth didn't return the message. We've heard numerous times that Chris and Katie tried to bring Seth in and work together all as a united front for the benefit of Sebastian. But then the very day after they made this agreement and Seth told everybody if he didn't like the fact that they were going to work together, fuck off. Then the next day he went on Peter Hyatt's and sat there as Peter Hyatt trashed Katie. Not even 24 hours later. For reference, I'm talking about the photos that Justin on TikTok and the video that Justin on TikTok made with Seth telling everybody that they could fuck off if they didn't like it. And then Peter Hyatt's video the very next day.
What is the status of the search for Sebastian? As you sit here tonight, what is going on? Who is doing what? Whether it's law enforcement, any private organizations, members of the public, whoever? What is the status of all of that?
We have we have over 50 people that are working on this case. Just in investigators.
We have over 50 people. Does that include Nick's 24 assets on the ground in Tennessee? Meanwhile, they threw a huge fit about there was supposedly assets headed to Tennessee, 2 of them or something, and then there was something that happened and they had to turn around and there was some impact in that. Meanwhile, we were told previously that there's 24 assets. Now we have 50. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, that number keeps changing every goddamn week.
They got a whole freaking corporation over here.
FBI. I mean, been working with the FBI. It's how we got a reward out there. Sumner County.
Been working with the FBI. That's how we got a reward out there.
The people that are in charge of Sumner County refuse to connect the dots.
Refuse to connect the dots. What dots? What dots?
I'm still asking myself that. What dot?
We're doing a dot to dot now. You know, instead of having an evidence to back up. Okay, we're doing dot to dots. I gotcha.
So we have to go beyond Sumner County. My son is somewhere, and me personally, I believe Katie knows.
I believe Katie knows. His son is somewhere, and he believes that Katie knows. Tony's got his eyes closed. Seth's looking away.
I want proof of that. I want receipts or it didn't happen, bro.
Sumner County is refusing to connect the dots.
Vinny, you can tell that we're a little bit more uptight tonight than we usually are.
No, you're the same jackass as you always are. Nothing's changed. You just said it all out on court TV. We've heard you say all these same things, just in small segments. You just had diarrhea of the mouth last night and said it all together, all the quiet parts out loud.
But we've watched the antics. We've watched Chris smile and laugh and joke in court when we've.
Chris smiled and laughed and joked in court. Meanwhile, I encourage you to go back to the live stream of the first court appearance and see whose side was giggly and smiling and all that stuff. Meanwhile, the people that reviewed it from Seth's team cut down Chris and Katie's looks and how miserable they looked and how upset they looked and all this stuff. But yet the other side was looking okay. But now it's because they were smiling and able to compose themselves. It's something else. Okay.
Got a broken father in Seth that's missing his son. You guys.
A broken father in Seth that's missing his son. God forbid we have that same empathy for Katie. Okay. All right.
In a very, very professional, independent.
Oh, no. This is where I need to let everybody hear and I need to shut up. Listen to this.
When we've got a broken father in Seth that's missing his son, you guys sent a very, very professional, independent camera and photographer to cover this court case, a girl by the name of Athena. We found out after the court case was over that Chris looked at her and winked at her in the middle of the trial.
Was flirting.
We've got a real problem with that when there's a missing child.
What the fuck? Receipts or it didn't happen. Nope.
Did you guys hear did everybody hear that properly? Hey, Becky. It's so funny seeing my name in the chat. Everybody heard that? Let's go back and listen to that one more time so you guys all fully understand what he just said here. Implying that Chris winked at Court TV's camera lady and Seth chimes in and says he was flirting with the camera lady. They name her by name as Athena. How would they know this? They were sitting behind Chris and Katie in the courtroom. How would they have seen that interaction?
when we've got a broken father and Seth that's missing his son. You guys sent a very, very professional, independent camera and photographer to cover this court case, a girl by the name of Athena. We found out after the court case was over that Chris looked at her and winked at her in the middle of the trial.
Was flirting with.
We've got a real problem with that when there's a missing child.
Why? It ain't
He's
still
supposed to be
married.
married.
Yeah.
Vows not mean anything anymore.
Do vows not mean anything anymore?
Why? It ain't your fucking marriage. Y'all are pulling at straws at anything to fucking have them separated, for them to go through shit. Like, y'all are reaching, bro.
No, not Athena T. Revsex. Athena works for Court TV, obviously, as a professional camera lady. Why do you care if he is flirting with somebody else? Wouldn't that be a good thing for you? Because then him and Katie wouldn't. It seems like you're extremely unsettled that they're happy. But even if he was, let's talk about that. Even if he did wink at a camera lady, that's none of our business, and it still doesn't mean shit about Sebastian being missing. Not a goddamn thing. I mean, I truly don't believe any of it as is. They were going to have to come with allegations, like factual allegations from Athena. But so what? Like, what the fuck are they doing here?
So and
this is why I go back to the fact that Sebastian went missing on February 26th, the day that Katie filed for divorce. Years ago, the same day that she filed for divorce. That date never leaves my mind. Something to that date bothers me. The fact that she filed for divorce on February 26th and he goes missing on February 26th. And Seth is so fucking bitter about their divorce. That has always bothered me. And it will continue to. I don't know if that was ingrained in Sebastian's head. Like that was the day his life ended, Seth's ended, and he felt guilty, something. I don't know. I have no idea what the date plays into this whole thing. I'm not law enforcement, but that has always bothered me.
let's talk about this now. There's going to be a lot of people watching right now and say, listen, I want to do something. I want to help. What can they do?
A lot of things, Vinny. They can pray. They can continue to spread awareness. They can put flyers up. They can talk about him in a positive way, regardless of which side of the family they support.
I think most people are talking about Sebastian in a positive manner. Pointing out the obvious and calling you guys on your bullshit and the lies that you're spewing and the harm that you're doing is not talking negatively about Sebastian. It's talking the facts about what you guys are putting out here publicly out of your own mouths. It's actually stripping Sebastian of his dignity, what you guys are doing, in my opinion.
Because remember, this is about Sebastian. It's not about Seth. It's not about Tony. It's not about Chris and Katie. Or
what about Bullhorn Betty? That's what you were supposedly on this court thing for.
Any of the crazy grandparents. It's not about any of that. This is about Sebastian.
The crazy grandparents.
And if you are here for Sebastian, your focus should be Sebastian, Wayne, Drake,
Sebastian.
Rogers. That's it. Nothing else.
Absolutely.
He's the one missing. Unfortunately, the judge wanted to sit there and offer his condolences for our loss. My son is missing. I understand that judge's child passed away, and that made him emotional in this case.
Not necessarily, just because he's able to be human and offer empathy, because at this point in time, Sebastian is lost. You are suffering a loss. It's not inappropriate for him to use that term. This is ridiculous.
But you see how they're trying to flip that.
Yeah, that he could have.
Yeah, they're going to use that against that judge. They're going to say there's bias there. Words.
It happens. We're going to get to that now.
Judgment from the judge should have been blind to begin with. He was emotional, and I'm pretty sure my son is lost. He is alive.
Your son is lost. You just confirmed what the judge said. The judge empathized with you over your loss. You just admitted that your son is lost. Tell me how that's emotional or just being a fellow human being showing empathy.
He is missing. All right. That judge buried their child.
Seth Rogers.
Sebastian is alive.
We're out of time for tonight, but I appreciate it, and we'll stay in contact. Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis. When we come back, we'll reveal something else you need to know tonight, plus coming up next hour.
All right. Well, there was that. There was that. Oh, shit. Hold on. I cut you out. KB, thank you for the support. Yeah, that's always stood out to me. So that was the date that Katie filed for divorce on February 26th. I want to say it was 2016. Was it 2016 or 2018? God, why am I stumbling? I'm outside. I have it written down. But that was the date she filed for divorce. Is anybody in here that knows the exact date? Chasing, are you in here? Or anybody else that remembers the exact date, the year? I don't want to fuck it up completely, but yeah, that was the date, 2018. That was the date she filed for divorce. Was February 26th. And he went missing on February 26th, 2024. Betty actually asked him about that on her exclusive interview on May 30th, 2018. Thank you, Duchess. I always forget if it's 6 or 8 years. There's just so much shit in this. Okay, ready? Buckle up.
Lord, put your helmets on, y'all.
Sorry that took so long to get through, but obviously you can see that there was just a whole lot to be said about that. All right, here we go. We're going to speed her up too.
I'm back. It's nice to see everyone.
So this is the interview that the live stream that she did following this drop on Court TV. So Seth and Tony went live on Court TV. She was in the room. She'll admit to that during that interview. And then this is her live stream after they finished. Okay.
Everybody, Bullhorn Betty. Team Foul Play. Hey guys, I know we have a birthday. We had a lot going on. Today was Tony's birthday.
She is sped up 1.5. If it's too hard for you guys to follow, let me know and I'll slow it down. Chico, if you want me to stop or pause, just yell stop or pause and we'll roll.
Yep.
We went to his favorite chicken place in Nashville today to celebrate his birthday. Hey, Mama F4, it's nice to see you. I hope everybody is doing well. And so as we were, hey, Hindsight, Kendra, the real me too, Patricia, it's nice to see you all. Kelly, hey, guys. Most hated Tina. I love that.
Hey, you guys. By the way, the semi-professionalism can be thrown away now. I mean, keep it above par, you know, the things we don't do over here. But it's time to get petty. How about it?
Georgia, it's nice to see you. Carla, Lisa, Melly Cat. You guys are moving fast. Della, it's nice to see you. Lainey, Stephanie, hey, guys. Lori, 5D, it's nice to see you, my love. The Hen House, Shining Star, it's nice to see you. Nice to see you all. So I just wanted to come here for a little bit because we are talking about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He went missing from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee, where he was home alone with a Navy person that obviously knows how to do MMA fighting and all this other stuff and managed to disappear. So whatever that case may be. But long story short, we are still covering the case of Sebastian. We're going to continue to cover the case of Sebastian. We know something is not right. And I'm pretty sure that they would have much rather had me discuss this case more in depth than what's about to happen. I'd be more concerned with Tony and Seth being unmuzzled and his leash lengthened. Because as you guys saw today, it sounds like it's going to be hard to put this back into the can, if you, so to speak, right? So it opened a different type of can of worms, if you will, related to this case. They don't have to worry about me anymore, but I would be very concerned because I can tell you, I was the gatekeeper to something much more damaging and worse, okay? I would be more concerned about a father missing his son that's been out searching for his son, that has not seen his son in over 7 months than I would about my commentary. Because let's face it, it wasn't about them being scared or me violating any type of law. It was about my commentary, right? They didn't like my language. They didn't like how I did my journalism. They didn't like how I did my activism, even though it was all within the.
I was about to say, what fucking journalism? Bitch, you delusional. You belong in the fucking psych ward.
She said journalism, activism, and she also called herself the gatekeeper. We got all of that right there. That all happened right there. She's the gatekeeper that basically protected them from having to deal with Seth. Ma'am, you weren't even a part of this case for the longest team. You weren't even a part of the team. And by the way, you have your own team. They have theirs. You're getting kicked to the wayside. There's already distance being parted there. But what the fuck? You're a gatekeeper, an activist, and a journalist. Okay. Fuck out of here. This is gonna take some deep thoughts. All right, Betty. Delusions of Grandeur 101.
Confines of the United States law, Tennessee law, and federal law. They didn't care. They just want to shut Bullhorn Betty up. Well, they only have so much they can do. They cannot prevent my freedom of speech, which we've got a lot of attorneys that say that.
This has nothing to do with your freedom of speech, biatch.
It's all about you inciting fucking violence against a family that's already going through enough shit. But once again, I digress, you stupid ass bitch.
This is called a restraining order, restraining your movements of stalking and harassing them. Restraining your ability to stalk and further harass this family. Like, that's what this is. Like, how are people this confused? This isn't a gag fucking order. They didn't put a ball gag in her mouth. I mean, somebody needs to. Shit.
So I never went around these people. Don't talk about these people, or don't talk to these people. Don't.
Huh? Don't talk about these people. Yeah, that was a mistake. Don't talk to these people. We heard you call them.
Ask anybody to reach out to these people. Therefore,
didn't ask anybody to reach out to these people. Just asked people to keep them under surveillance. Betty, no wonder you're aging at significant rates, in my opinion. This has got to be boiling your insides up, lying this much and being this delusional.
I'm not violating a damn thing, because it was very clear in those orders. Those orders have been reviewed, and it's very clear. I've never reached out to them before. I ain't reaching out to them now. I'm not.
Kiko. What?
I don't care who tells it, man. I'm gonna keep telling y'all. I keep saying this. This bitch is slow. This bitch belongs in one of them goddamn padded rooms and never be let out. She believes her own fucking delusions, which is really actually kind of dangerous. Like, the bitch is just a lost soul out here that can't help but lie. Everything that fucking comes out of her mouth is a fucking lie. Bitch, you forget what the fuck you post and give us. You dumb. You dumb.
She's so dumb. Like, so dumb. Like, why is she doing this?
Threatening them, never threatened them before. A machete was to be used out in the woods of Tennessee.
Never threatened them before. You even went as far as telling them if law enforcement. Oh, Betty, you.
Yep. Let her dumbass hang herself in court.
The bad thing is these are already in place. They're permanent orders now for the next year. But go on, Betty. Tell us more.
See, I was advised by a law enforcement officer that pulled me over because people kept calling them saying I was driving all over the road swerving. And he's the one that advised me to get a gun. Never threatened anybody. All I simply said was this officer advised me that I can carry my gun, that there was reciprocity in that state, and he would recommend me exercising my second.
Then why didn't you get the body camera footage? If that happened and you have a law enforcement officer giving you that advice, why didn't you have that body camera footage, and why wasn't it put into evidence in this hearing? Anyone?
Amendment. That was all caught on body cam footage. So definitely no threats. Don't want to imply that there were any threats, but speaking about a gun in America is not threatening. Like, literally 90% of Americans, well, maybe 70% of Americans own them, right? So I'm a single female, and they stripped me of my Second Amendment rights when I committed no crimes. I want that to sink into people. But we're going to get off that, because at the end of the day, it's not.
What? Wait. I'm a single female, and they stripped me of my Second Amendment rights. No, ma'am. No, they didn't strip you of your rights. You willingly went to Tennessee, to stalk and harass the family of a missing child and therefore got in trouble for your actions and your behavior, and your pew-pews have to be put up while you're under this order of protection. They didn't strip you of shit. You behaved recklessly, got yourself in a pinch, and due to the court order, you're not allowed to have your pew-pews.
She shouldn't have been granted none to begin with. Like, even if she is allowed to carry in her state. Bitch, I still do not believe you have a license to carry. I don't. I do not believe you have a license to carry concealed. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Especially with that DV on your charge or on your jacket. Because here in Tennessee, you ain't get no gun after you got a DV charge. The fuck?
This is insane. Sorry, I'm giving cows. This is like, did I say I'm giving cows?
Yes, you did.
I'm giving cat treats, not
I
cows.
feel like, damn, did she take a cow back with her? Or
Yes, no, I wish. 2 of my babies sold. This is just insane. I'm giving cat treats right quick. This is wild. Okay, go on, Betty.
About me. It's about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And they're trying to prevent me from talking or trying to find him when I believe that he can be found and people know where he's at and what's going on. And we're not, as American people, we're being constrained by the government in Sumner County that we can't even have our opinion on who is responsible for that. Well,
she wants. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me put this thing up. I gotta go outside so I can yell because I'm just fucking. Oh, Betty, why are you so ignorant? This dumb bitch wants the protections of living in America, innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, which she was. Obviously, in a court of law, she was found that she needed a restraining order. However, she wants those to protect her. She wants all these things to protect her rights. Meanwhile, completely trumping all over the rights of others.
You heard that right. Yes. Hypocrisy at its finest.
Isn't that a fucking weird thing? She's American, and she deserves all these things, but this family with a missing child over here that has not been proven guilty of anything or even charged with a crime, unlike she has been.
That has done something for this country, unlike that bitch.
Yeah, 16 years, Chris alone with his service. By the way, if you ever see this, Chris or Katie, thank you once again for your service. And to all of our active duty and vets, thank you for your service. Betty, from what I hear, your community service of being on your knees behind Chili's isn't even worth it. I mean, what do you have in comparison? Okay, let's go on before I say a whole lot fucking more.
Chili's, baby back ribs.
Barbecue sauce.
I have a lot of opinions on who's responsible for that. I would say it's a criminal enterprise. And that criminal enterprise has done something with this child. And this criminal enterprise comprises of 4 main people.
Oh. Fucking racketeering. RICO charges.
People, bring in the goddamn RICO charges. Let's go. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. We got it all of a sudden. We got what the actual fuck? Criminal enterprise. Criminal enterprise because they own a around $700,000 home in the suburbs of Nashville. Oh, which is a very nice home, but it's a very common home, because the cost of living is fucking sky high. Because they have a nice RV, because they both work full time. So it's a criminal enterprise because they have things that Betty only aspires to have in her dreams, or the dreams of suing somebody and having a free for all and not having to do anything because she's entitled. Huh.
Yep. Yep. That sounds about right. Yep.
I think that's what I heard.
That's what I heard. Hypocrisy at its finest. That's what it sounded like to me, but Oh no.
Look, oh dear, we got the next fuck. Betty for president.
Yeah, no. I'd rather take the orange bitch over her.
She's got it on lock. Stand down, everybody. Betty's got it. By the way, we're equal opportunity haters up here. We don't like anybody.
Nope.
Just in case anybody
Fuck
asks.
them all. Fuck them all.
For anybody. We just talk all the shit. Like who you want.
And a lot of YouTube content creators. That is my opinion that I'm entitled to as an American citizen in the United States of America.
Okay, so because she's an American citizen, she's entitled to all these things. But Chris and Katie over here, do you got passports? I guess according to Betty, you served our military for 16 years, and Katie served, I think, 4. I'm going to need to see some identification that you're U.S. citizens, because obviously you don't have fucking nothing for rights, according to Betty.
Man.
Fuck your rights.
Yeah, you didn't do shit for this country, so fuck y'all, okay? My rights matter, y'all's don't.
Sit down. This has got to be a skit, people. This cannot be the plan X that they are really employing. This cannot be. I mean, we talked about this, and I said that I thought that they were going to try to do something like similar to this, but this is falling so flat. It's not good. This is not good. This is not the way to go. Not the way to go. I mean, hey, what do I know? I'm just an asshole with a lot of opinions in a YouTube channel. Do all this, please do. I guess it gives me content. I should be saying thanking you guys. Fuck no, because at the end of the day, it affects Sebastian's dignity, and that's just heartbreaking.
I think they opened a can of worms when they tried to prevent me from speaking about this case, because now they're going to have to deal with the father.
This bitch is this delusional.
I'd rather deal with the father than you, bitch. Not that he's much brighter than you, because he's not, but I'm just saying.
At least he has a reason to be emotional and out of sorts. At least he has a connection to this child, and it's not cringeworthy when he says that he loves the child, because he actually knows the child, unlike these other weirdo random strangers on the internet that profess their love for a child that they've never met and only, have known of his name since he's been missing.
Yep.
Are y'all okay out there?
Nope, they're not.
Anybody got some oxygen? Because I think they're breathing. I don't know something's contaminated their air. They're not okay, people. This is who was pumping shit into I got it. Here's the actual conspiracy, and this might land. So bear with me. Put the tinfoil on. This is all just fucking shits and giggles. But I think what's really happening is somebody's obviously following them around and pumping some sort of like nitrous oxide, laughing gas, some weird fucking delusional shit into the air that they breathe. So into the vents of the hotel, they're following them around like, ninjas in the night, sneaking around and putting stuff in the air, because these people are completely delusional and have lost all sense of reality. Somebody's doing that. Definitely. There you go, Betty. That lands harder than the shit you're spewing. That's more likely going on, because this is fucking outrageously delusional.
I mean, we would believe that more than this bullshit. I'm just saying.
Oh my God, Betty.
And his spokesperson, which I can guarantee that by the time they're done, it's going to look like Bullhorn Betty was cakewalk.
By the time they're done, what? I thought they were trying to find Sebastian. I thought the goal was to find Sebastian. By the time they're done doing what? Finding Sebastian?
That's what I thought it was, but
You just said that it was about finding Sebastian, Betty. Chico, we need to get on that level. I think I'm scared to get to this level.
I told y'all she forget what the fuck you be saying right before.
I'm actually afraid to get to this sense of delusions. Like I don't know. This is some scary shit.
That's what it appeared after tonight's show with Vinnie Politan. And it shows that a father has had enough. A father wants answers about where his son is. Seth Rogers is not going to stop I don't think that
he's not going to stop what? Talking shit?
Gotta be what she means.
Holy.
the criminal enterprise nor the county are prepared. But hey, you know what? They may throw the father.
Oh, threatening the county again that they're not prepared. What's that? What's that mean?
For what?
Are we inciting something on November 9th? Isn't that the next vigil coming up? Are we trying to... Oh, look at that pause, by the way, y'all. That is...
That pause game is on point.
That is... Look at that face. I mean, Betty, that's what I think. That's what my face looks like when I think of you. What are we trying to incite here? I'm sure this county is all for this.
In jail because let's face it, their taxpayers are more important to them than, you know, finding a 15-year-old child, a medically needy child. So I'm kind of interested in
actually the term once again for your idiot ass would be medically complex.
What Seth is going to be saying in the near future. I'm very, very interested in how he's going to approach this situation.
Seth can get slapped with a restraining order too. I mean, truly, if he starts inciting things and doing things of the nature, they can file for one against him. He can file too. Like, these are people's rights. These are court processes.
Sorry, peekaboo.
No, but it's like you said, though. They also proved what the fuck they were saying.
Yeah.
They proved they were being harassed.
Yeah.
A judge is not going to just give you that willy-nilly because you say so. No, it does not work like that in the state of Tennessee.
Oh, just wait. She's going to tell us about Tennessee and how it works. You're going to love this, Chico.
But I can guarantee by the time Seth and his spokesperson, Tony Mathis, is done with his case, I'm pretty sure even the judge might be begging me to take over commentary.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure the judge is going to be begging you to take over commentary. I'm sure. God, my pause game's on point tonight. Look at that. Look at that face. That's a face only mother could love.
No, but I would say that a father missing his son and watching people paraded in court laughing while he's over there crying.
It's so ironic to me that they were laughing and, like, you know, smiling. They're normal humans. Like, I didn't cut Seth down for doing that in the first court hearing. But now that Chris and Katie, like, what the fuck? Everything's such an emotional manipulation with these people. It's unbelievable. If they smile, if they cry, if they don't talk right, if they don't sound like they have an accent one day and they do the next, or whatever whatever these people can just fabricate and blow into something, they do. All over strangers on the internet that they know nothing about. This is just unbelievable to me, to do this to somebody.
You want to know something, though? It really sounds like Seth was putting on a show in court, too.
Oh, yeah, he got up and stormed out.
That's what I'm saying. Crying, storming out.
Yeah.
You want attention. Bottom line.
Betty, a blow-up doll to terms of service. That would be fucking a Temu blow-up doll, or like, what's beneath Temu? Is there anything that's Dollar General blow-up doll? The malfunction, the malfunction blow-up dolls.
I think Temu's still fairly good quality for that.
Oh my god, she just looks,
laughing to the point people.
You're not even convincible. Oh Jesus, they need new stylists, new PR people, new fucking storytellers, new narrative writers. Like, they need a new script. Man, this falls so flat.
Heads are turning. So happy, so relaxed, as if they knew what the outcome of that court was going to be before they even got there.
Oh, here comes the corruption. Here comes the setup. Here's comes they're all in on it. Everybody's out to get me. I guess I'll go eat worms. Nobody likes me. Everybody hates me. I guess I'll go eat worms.
Before they even got there. Too happy. Too comfortable. Too corrupt. Too corrupt. Too corrupt.
Yo, Chris, since you guys are so freaking loaded and shit, and you have a private 747 plane, we've heard Nick say, can you just swing by and pick me up? Me and Kyle up one day? You know, as you're out gallivanting around the country in your private 747, because you're so loaded and you pay off counties and FBI and TBI and the Secret Service. You got it like that, right? According to Betty. So can you just pick us up one day and we can go show you the mini cows, have lunch in France, you know, and then just drop us back off at the end of the day?
Take Betty to Antarctica.
Fuck. Is there somewhere farther than that?
The moon.
The moon? Oh, we can send her up in Elon's little rocket ships.
There we go. Little Rocket Man.
Rocket Man.
I don't really have a whole lot to say tonight. I really don't. I'm exhausted. We've been in Nashville. We've had a great day with Tony and celebrating his birthday. It was a great day, a fun day, something that we all needed to do. We just needed to go out and enjoy our time together. I do have
Celebrate good times. Come on.
Yeah.
Like
No.
what?
Mm-mm.
You're bitching and complaining about them showing a smile, a giggle. But you all needed to just go out and spend some time together, some, you know, and have some fun. Like, again,
The hypocrisy once again.
yeah.
a little side project that's going to be coming up, and I can't even speak about it yet. It's going to be pretty exciting.
Only feet? Feetfarmers.com.
Feet farmers.
Well, she's got a fucking plumbing problem, okay? I figure there's a fetish for somebody walking around in sewage water and showing their toes. There's got to be. She's got to be able to make money somehow. Her face ain't going to do it. I mean, I'm sure her toes aren't cute either, but...
Nor her ass, but okay.
That's a real shitty situation. But somebody's going to be into it. I'm trying to help a Betty out. Feetfarmers.com featuring...
You know the best thing you could do for her is unplug her fucking internet. Get her off the internet.
Hurricanes have tried that before and she still rallies back. You guys could have seen Kyle's face right there. His eyes fucking rolled in the back of his head. He goes, woof, Buzz, your girlfriend. Sorry, it's getting rummy time because I'm not rummy here. This is so delusional that all I do is get delusional listening to this shit.
And I can't really say any more than that, but it's probably going to piss a lot of the hate channels off. You know how they go. You know.
Okay, then we're done. She can't say any more than that. Oh shit, there's still an hour. It's 8 minutes.
They don't like anybody being able to do anything or say anything or anything like
Her
that.
toes.
I don't listen to them. I just don't. Where is Dog? I'm sure Dog is probably dealing with the hurricane, which I was.
Dog's in the retirement home living his best life. Probably at what's that place called in Florida?
The Villages.
The Villages. Dog's doing dog. Let the old man lay down.
That's where people do bath salts and eat each other's faces.
Shut up. Dog's living his best life. Let that guy alone.
OnlyFans chili edition.
He's like the chihuahua that has 2 teeth left. They snarl their lip, and you're like, oh, you're a cute little fucking wrinkled up thing.
Shady pine.
And you pet him, give him a treat, send him back to bed. What the Chico, help me out here. I'm over it. All right.
There is no helping her.
I know.
You can try all day every day, but I don't know. Some of the best experts can help her.
Could you imagine Joel Olstein and Dog?
No. Kenneth Copeland,
Yeah.
and Dog the Bounty Hunter, and
Put all those fucking
they're
demons in
total of demons.
And Joyce Myers, don't forget her.
Oh Lord. And Bible thumping Betty. Oh God. We're fucked. We're only 8 minutes in.
From, you know, my house. I don't know what's going on with my house. Well, thank you guys. I love you guys. Thank you for the love and support.
I thought you knew what was going on in your house. You made a community post saying that you lost all your meat. Well, I mean, so do you know what's going on at your house? Or do you not know? Like, what's the deal here? God.
But I have to be honest with you. I don't know what I'm walking back into when I get home. My neighbor says my lawnmower is still there, but my shed is gone. I have 2 sheds, so I don't even know what shed it is. I'm pretty sure it's the shed.
First world problems. The
Yeah,
shed blew
rub
away.
it in, miss. I have multiple sheds.
People are missing. People have lost everything. People have died. There's bodies in trees.
I was about to say, this sounds like an ultimate grift. And oh, poor me. My house is probably destroyed when I get home. Look out here.
Hey, Keto Kim.
With the lawnmower in it, but that's what I had assumed. But I got 2 sheds, so it's very well that the other shed could have went. I don't know what shed is down, but there was a tree that fell on the power lines, so I have to assume it fell back on the same shed that it did before, which is the one with the lawnmower. So I don't know what's going on with that, but it's neither here nor there. It's just life in Florida. Hurricanes are part of the life in Florida, and
I mean, I can't imagine, losing a shed and a lawnmower when people have lost their lives, their entire livelihoods, every single thing they own. There's still people missing, but go on.
There are people that died in that hurricane. I guess the hate channel's probably wishing that they didn't start this whole mess, because who knows? It might have been me there in Florida. They may have saved me from death, so they get to see me a little bit longer.
Oh my God, the martyr status. Whoa.
LFT, you're exactly right.
Yep.
What LFT say?
She needs a therapist bad. Her staff.
She was offered one by the police department. She was actually offered mental health services recently.
She should be offered it by the judge, like mandatorily.
Well, she has court coming up on November 20th for 6 violations of the protection orders.
I hope that the judge happens to see any of this shit. Because
we're not there yet. Just wait. The judge has got a whole section coming up. Hold on. I gotta shut up.
Idiots. You can't fix stupid. Oh, I can't say that. It's so unprofessional of an investigative journalist, according to this judge that has no idea anything about the freedom of press, which is pretty sad. My suggestion would be maybe civil litigation 101, just possibly, because I'm just an AA and paralegal, not even a BS. And some of the stuff that he asked the attorneys to me showed not being very knowledgeable in certain areas of the law. And those certain areas of the law are something that I used to work in quite often, and that's civil litigation. And I can tell you without a doubt, proper service is a condition precedent. It's not something that can be dismissed. You can't move from.
Then why didn't you appeal it through the circuit court? If there was all these problems with the service, why didn't you appeal it instead of trying to get it dismissed? If you had grounds for an appeal, why didn't you take it within the 10 days allotted by the court? It would have been appealed to the circuit court. You would have had a different judge and everything. That sounds like you and your attorney problem, not the judge's issue.
Point A to point B without proper service, and according to this judge, it's elective whether you get proper service in civil litigation. That's the ruling of the judge. It's like, wow. Yeah, he's got a great resume in criminal law. This isn't criminal law. Criminal law and civil litigation are two.
Actually, it's turned criminal because you have 6 violations of protection orders at this point in time you've been charged with. So it has turned into the criminal element too.
Totally different animals. And you learn that in school very, very well. It's literally drilled into your head about the differences between criminal law and civil law. It's also drilled in your head. You can't advance to B without going through A. Just saying. Do you think your attorney should have fought harder and would have won? Nothing would have happened. Lorraine, no. Like I said, those people came in there too cool as a cucumber. They were laughing too entirely loud. We knew within 5 minutes of being in that room that the decision had been made prior to me even going there. Okay, there is literally nothing that would have changed the outcome of that hearing yesterday.
Evidence proving that you didn't do these things that they showed videos and evidence to prove that you did. If you would have had evidence, remember you talked about how your Google Maps tracked every place that you went to and you were giggling and you fucking idiots. Every place I went was documented on Google Maps. I'm so fucking smart. Remember that? Because I do. You went there. you tried to say you had all this evidence to prove you didn't do any of these things. Mind you, sounds like you printed off a press pass and a few other things. And so evidence would have changed the outcome of this. They had evidence, you didn't. I mean, fuck. I gotta stay in my lane here. I don't know shit about the law, and I can even figure this out. What?
Oh, the bitch been asking to have a jury trial. She don't know shit about court either.
Chico, she has an AA in paralegal studies.
She goes to AA too, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Don't do that. She don't even have a BS, a bullshitter's degree. She's got an Assholes Anonymous in paralegal studies.
I think she's full of shit. Has anybody seen that? I don't think nobody's seen that one.
I mean, I could go type up a certificate for assholishness, the best asshole ever. Oh my God. It would, of course, that would be more true than this shit.
I just, I printed it. Well, that's the truth. Shit, her? Big ass difference. We're not gonna get the truth. We're gonna get somewhere in between, but really not in between. It's a fucking lie. Everybody know it's a lie, but hey, they gonna run with it. It's fact.
Oh, this is great. Fuck my life.
And I mean nothing. If they didn't show up, he would have still put him in. That's how confident I am that nothing we could have done would have prevented what the judge did yesterday. Just saying.
I mean, Betty, we've all seen your confidence lately. You've been showing your cooter on fucking camera. You've been coming on camera with 2-inch spandex on. You've been exuding confidence in all the wrong areas, like your lower half. This is not the confidence you want to have, ma'am.
I saw that shit last night. And I was like, I ain't. Oh shit! Why the fuck is the hoo-ha out?
I don't know. She's airing it out. I don't know.
What the fuck?
They said there was flooding down under, and she fucking thought it was her. I don't know. I don't know what's fuck. I don't know if we're gonna make it through this one. Pika said that to me in a mental
was bad. That shit was so bad. Because I said something about it. I was like, wait a minute. Bitch ain't got no pants on. I'm looking and I'm what the fuck?
I'm all about do you air it out, hang it out, rock it out. But some things we just don't need to openly share.
You're not gonna catch me on live in no goddamn boxers talking to my fucking son. You just not.
I mean, at least she intentionally angles her camera down there too. Like, let me just quick show you. She gets Betty, stick to feet farmers. You're gonna do so much better. Just your toes will.
Oh my God, gross.
Okay, we gotta go.
I don't trust the county. I told you that I felt I wanted to believe that this judge would be fair. He was not. He did not follow the law.
Loose lips shit. We're taking on water. Fuck you guys. Kyle's over here reading the comments.
Oh, I see y'all got them damn petty pants on.
Oh, you guys are too much tonight. Okay. Whew, I gotta pull it together. That was oh, the judge violated her. Then file a grievance with somebody who cares. Like, if you got all this evidence and you gotta, holy shit, Betty, this is so ridiculous.
Whether or not my attorney had argued, he presented solid case law, twisted and turned and churned as much as he possibly could to make sure it didn't go through.
What?
Oh shit.
Oh my God. The judge twisted and turned and tweaked the law, rewrote the law just to sock it to Betty.
Yep, just to fuck with her, just to violate her motherfucking rights.
Yeah, just
Remove him from the bench, get rid of the DA, just to get rid of everybody.
she is a top priority asset and a threat to something, because she even said Sumner County made it colder in the jail because she was there.
Like, and
She's so
gave her a thin mattress. It was very uncomfortable, and I think they did it on purpose to me.
Oh,
Give me the stale bread.
this lady and her problems.
Put
Pretty
your,
out to get her.
your damn B-girl draws on and shut the fuck up, you crybaby.
Just put some drawers on. They don't even have to be big girl drawers.
Be shorts for all we give a shit. You put something on.
Oh,
never mind. Let me shut up.
They've done a lot of damage. That Sumner County has done a lot of damage in the Sebastian Rogers case. And because I'm critical of that, they want to.
Sorry, guys. I just have to say this. But your case has nothing to do with Sebastian Rogers. You being held accountable for your actions has nothing to do with Sebastian Rogers and his case. The two are completely separate. Shut the fuck up.
Silence me. But there is only so much that they can silence me about. Can they throw me in jail? Yes, he can. But that's a violation of my rights. He could absolutely do that. He could absolutely do what he did yesterday because he knows I'm going to have to raise money to appeal.
No, it wouldn't be a violation. If they find you guilty of these violations of the orders of protection, there's minimum and mandatory sentences that they can impose, like maximum and minimum sentences that go with each one. And I think there's even a law in Tennessee. I don't know how it works. That might just be with the DV order. I don't know about an ex parte order, but they have things that they can follow. So it wouldn't necessarily be violating your rights to throw you in jail if you've, oh God, Betty, stop.
Yeah, no, not when you got active ROs against you. No. Hey.
Fuck. This one. All right, let's go. Sorry, guys. I got the fucking giggles tonight. This is just between your guys' comments and Kyle, like reading your guys' comments to me in the Kyle voice, and then Chico and me. This is a whole fucking train wreck. I told you, petty pants are on full effect tonight.
And that's what they expect. And that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to see if I could actually raise the money to file that appeal.
I'm sure that's what the judge went home and thought that night. I'm going to fucking talk to this bitch. She'll have to go to her YouTube following and raise money, and I'm going to do this to violate her. I'm sure you take up that much mind.
I'm going to make her even more broke bitch.
I'm going to she's such a high-powered asset that's going to, bring hell and fury down on me. Oh, my God. She thinks she's a fucking movie star.
That's what they are. Right now, all we're waiting.
Sorry, what?
No, she do. She does.
Waiting for right now is the transcripts and the orders. The transcripts and the orders. And once we get the transcripts and the orders, we will be figuring out what to do. But like I said, we have a plan. It is
Okay, hold up. Once we get the the transcripts and the orders, we will figure out a plan. We have a plan. Which is it?
Right.
Are you going to figure out a plan, or do you have a plan?
Or is it a plan to the plan that y'all are trying to figure out the plan?
It's concepts of a plan.
Oh.
That this county is choosing to do all the wrong things for all the wrong people, while putting the people that are truly trying to find answers behind bars because he doesn't like my commentary, because they were able to take 7 months of clips and put them into a 9-minute video that should never have been admissible in that.
Those aren't 7 months worth of clips, ma'am. You didn't even start covering it right away, but go on.
And they did. without putting context. He didn't want to hear about my channel and didn't want to hear about what I did, but then tells me I didn't answer. I can only answer the questions that they asked me.
Why didn't you submit evidence then?
That's all I can do. And he says that I have not done. That man does not know anything. He wouldn't let anything in. He wanted to order against me. I think he had to order against me. I think his job is on the line if he didn't order against me.
What the fuck? Bitch, you was not special. Who the fuck? Bitch.
His job is on the line if he didn't order against her.
Girl, the only way that might get removed from the bench is if he get caught taking bribes or he getting high. That's the only way.
He had to order against her. What? Holy.
Like I said, it was preconditioned before I even walked in there. As soon as we saw how one of the criminal enterprises, or two of the criminal enterprises out in the back, were conducting themselves in.
There's those RICO charges coming again. Criminal enterprises. Fuck, oh dear. Betty learned a new word again.
In that courtroom and laughing so loud that usually judges put a kibosh on that. It was very clear that they were a little too chummy, a little too comfortable speaking to the bailiffs, speaking to the court reporter I paid for.
What the fuck?
Wait, no, Betty, ma'am, first and foremost, you didn't pay for shit. You might owe the money for it, court fees and things of that nature, but Betty, your subs are paying for that, not you. You're asking your subs to help you pay for shit. You got stuck with their attorney's fees and court costs, so you will be charged with that, but you haven't paid shit, so shut the fuck up.
There was definitely something in the air. I think everybody in there knew. Okay? Anybody that went to that court hearing, they knew.
Can you feel the fucking poor Betty act? Jesus.
How the fuck did they know?
We need a Betty commercial with the ASPCA fucking song behind it. Sarah McLachlan in the arms. She is so tortured.
Yeah.
Chico.
Yeah.
This bitch.
There's no words for it.
Oh, yeah.
Just like I knew. I mean, you guys see Mr. and Mrs. E. I mean, we love Mr. and Mrs. E. They have a very laid back and very unbiased approach to most of this.
No.
Sorry.
Nope. Trash ass channel star.
I really tried to give them a fair shake at the beginning, and really, I thought they were really nice, upstanding people, and they fell flat on their face with misinformation and bullshit too. Sorry, go on again.
And you hear their commentary. We all knew within 5 minutes before not a word was spoken. You understand that? Before we even got to that, before my attorney even called me up there, before my court hearing even started, we already knew that this was not going to be good. Why? Not because of the case law. Something else was odd in the courtroom. We have part of the criminal enterprise smiling in the camera, being so happy, so happy. But
they have nothing else but they had to find something in this news, and all they could find was that one of them smiled or may have giggled at one point. That's all they had. That's all they have to paint this whole entire fucking next section of their plan.
And Chris winked at the camera.
Right. Fucking Chris winked and Betty doesn't wear pants. Which one's more true? Mike, this is unfucking real.
Long story short,
and there's people defending this. There's people fucking defending this shit. Are you okay, people?
Got a missing 15-year-old boy, and we cannot find this boy until we start looking at the people that were in and around this boy in his life. And I am obviously not.
We cannot start finding. Law enforcement is on this case, not you, you dumb fool.
Not even allowed to, allegedly. Now, we're going to be getting some more guidance on this because, first of all, I've never reached out to them. I've never spoke to them. I've never seen them except for the ones that have either reached out to me or have stopped.
Does she forget that she admits to leaving a voice memo for Chris? Does she forget that she did that publicly?
Yes, I'm telling y'all, she forgets or she's playing this amnesia shit and don't remember. I'm telling. Every time she does some fuck shit, she'll pretend like she didn't she forgot.
This is fucking unreal.
Bitch, you have it online, but you never contact them.
This is about as fucking delusional. Somebody just said guidance in the chat, and it just reminded me of it's about as delusional as Betty's fucking mod guidance, saying that they were getting intel on plate numbers of a vehicle that the people who supposedly saw the vehicle couldn't even see a plate number nor the make and model of the vehicle. But it was a white station wagon with anonymous plates. But then all of a sudden, the next thing we hear is that they're getting intel on the plates of the vehicle. This is about that level of delusion. I swear there's something in the fucking air.
Yeah, gotta be.
Me somehow, right? We all saw that. The judge didn't care. He didn't care what I have been through from this family. He only cared about what his taxpayers, his voters, were going to think of him. And that's a damn shame, because nobody that goes into that county is safe if they're not a taxpayer or know somebody or have developers in their back pocket that control the politicians.
Developers in their pockets that control the politicians.
Mm-hmm.
This is they don't have anything else. They're up against a wall. They have nothing else right now. And so it's going to go back to the corruption, the misinformation, the lies, the victimhood status. This is okay. This is plan Z. We're going to see where this goes.
That's how it works.
It's going to fall flat too.
That's how it works. So what did you guys think of Seth's interview tonight on Court TV? Mexico case, saying people lied. That vendetta comment just proved the judge knows nothing. Absolutely. Absolutely. And journalist, does that dude know I have sold articles to TMZ that
You know who else has sold articles to TMZ? So if you've sold an article to TMZ, you got journalistic integrity.
Because I can send some shit to TMZ right now. I guarantee that shit'll be up in 3 hours.
What the hell? She did dear terms. She said, "Does this man not know I sold articles to TMZ?" Are you? Nah, I can't.
I have been in umpteen. Of course, he doesn't know anything. He doesn't.
Umpteen what? She couldn't even finish that because that's embarrassing. Umpteen jail cells, mugshots.
Orange is the new black.
Or
doesn't want to know. I'm sure they all know. They all talk. It's a small county. They all talk. He got a call. I guarantee he got a call.
Chico.
Yeah.
Somebody called this judge up on the phone and said, "Your job's on the line if you don't work against this blowhorn Betty."
Yep.
She's a top priority.
Threatened him and his family. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is about. Okay, hold on. I got a question. This might be making some sense now. Is Steph the dog handler that wrote the script about the Chewy bloodhounds, Shar-Peis, that flew to Tennessee on a private jet? Is she writing this new plan for you guys? Because this is on her level of delusional. Is there black SUVs involved in this? Co-op, like covert operations? Like, is she writing your guys' script? Are you guys talking to Stephanie? I gotta know.
Men in black don't jump out.
Like I said, it was already predetermined. Oh, Merle's mom, it's nice to see you, my love. I was asking about you a couple weeks ago, wondering how you were doing. I hadn't seen you, and I knew you had some surgery and you weren't feeling well. I was starting to get a little nervous. The only person who has personal vendetta. Yes, that is who. I like that. Karenati. Is what you said? I don't even know what that, but I like how you put that. I'm still recovering. Well, that is so good. I'm glad to see you here. How did I miss that? Dang. Is it on Court TV? Yeah, he did an interview tonight. Well, what had happened is they apparently they called Tony to ask him some questions. about what happened in court, and they knew that Vinny was going to run the show tonight, and so he just offered, he would like to comment on what happened, and I was not anticipating all of that. I mean, I can promise you that wasn't anticipating, but you know what? I think what had happened is when Vinny showed the clips of me, the clips that they put together out of to drive a narrative. They were clips of a whole bunch of videos, which is really sad that a judge couldn't see through this garbage, but he didn't want to. Let's just be honest. The judge didn't want to. He wanted to find a reason because the county's, let's face it, the county's in hot water, right? They can't find a kid. They withheld information. The Department of Children and Family Services withheld information from the biological father that could have prevented this entire mess.
There's no proof of that. We've heard words of that, but we've never seen proof that that's true.
Everything in that county is wrong. Everything in that county is wrong. So you got to look at it like this. When they started playing that clip, I think it just enraged both of them, because I can tell you their demeanor was one way. And as soon as they played those clips, their demeanor, because we were sitting there, watching them give the interview. And
we were sitting there watching them give the interview again. She confirmed she was in the hotel room.
And their demeanor just changed. It was like they were done. They were done with the BS. They were done tap dancing. They were done walking on eggshells. They were done keeping their mouth shut, because let's face it, our channel has made it a pathway for them not to have to get dirty, so to speak, say things that were really on their mind, because I had the protection of the freedom of press to convey my opinion, which is the.
Nope. You got the completion for the protection. That's what you think you got. You don't.
Oh, is that how that works?
She just said, and she took a fake press pass in there, and the judge was like, nah, this don't, nah. She printed off a press pass, and she thinks she's got a.
She reminds me of one of those sovereign citizens.
Yeah.
Like, do you have a license? I don't need a license.
Yeah.
I'm a human.
Yes. But even they are better at this shit usually than this.
They read.
Yeah, they know loopholes, and she's just a blubbering idiot. Blubbering. I'm the blubbering idiot tonight. Jesus.
The team's opinion. And quite frankly, with what had happened, and it's my understanding that Seth saw no action to find his son, but all this action to try to shut me up, to try to stop the flow of information to this channel, to stop the flow of leads going to them, because nobody knows what kind of leads have been produced by my channel to them.
Chico, nobody knows what kind of leads have been produced.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nobody. Bitch, you didn't even tell the FBI or Sumner County, but you got leads that should lead to people getting arrested. Oh, okay.
But hold on here. Why if these leads had anything to them, where's Sebastian? They're getting so many leads. Where's Sebastian, Betty? You guys have produced so many. Why isn't Sebastian home, Betty? Oh, that's right. Because your leads are fucking, man, these pauses.
On point.
Oh, Betty, woof.
And I can tell you, we have turned over a lot of information, a lot. But the judge didn't want to hear about me or my channel until it was convenient for him or for them to bring in. So that's where we kind of are.
Meanwhile, you had a whole opportunity sitting on the stand to tell your side, and your attorney questioned Chris and you. Okay. Yeah, you were just totally silenced. You didn't get to say shit. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Thank you, Tugs and Heartstrings. I'll get right back to you. Hey, Granny, I wanted to get Michelle and Courtney some soap, but it just didn't. We were supposed to meet up, and Courtney has her dog, but I've got a couple more bars of soap left that I wanted to give away. But
wash your stinky ass and shut the fuck up. Go do that. Go see if the soap makes bubbles. Go run it underwater and do that. Like, entertain yourself. Go do that. Shut the fuck up.
Let the hoo-ha cool down so you ain't got to air it out so much.
Go fix your pH balance with that soap. Do something other than this. Anything.
I made sure that everybody we were with did. I forgot it yesterday. I was going to hand it out yesterday, but I with everything going on, I forgot to.
Man, Betty giving out soap. Like well, no, I'm walking away. I need to just walk away and shut up.
Grab it. So I only had it for a day.
Tonight.
When we went out to the chicken place, I got to tell you, it was so sweet. It was so sweet. I'll go and go through your super chats in just a second, but. We got there. I had never been to this place before, and we sat down and started eating. And it was Tony's birthday, and we put the gifts there, and we were sitting and having our drink. And because it's just something, you don't let the birthday guy buy his own birthday. It's just wrong. Okay, it's just wrong. But we were there, and all of a sudden we were wrapping up, and of course I talked to the waitress before. As we got there, I spoke to the waitress to make sure that nobody paid for the bill except me. And the lady, I think, either was following this case or covering this case or not covering this case, following this case or knew about this case and must have recognized us.
Or she just felt.
That was the wanted poster.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck that.
Hold on, we gotta get. I was premature on my pause. Hold on.
So they gave us 50% off the entire bill.
Okay. Question. Who thinks something was fucked up with their order? They sent something back. They bitched and complained and got 50% off.
Mm-hmm.
I can see her in this shit. She's trying to convince people that they recognized them or knew who they were, and they gave them 50%
Do you have
off.
any idea who I am?
Exactly. Have you not seen my mugshot on TV? Do you not know the hell I've been going through and that your entire county is trying to frame me, set me up? Oh my God.
I'm just trying to expose the truth.
I'm Tennessee's most wanted. When I got hauled to jail, they turned the air conditioning on just to freeze me out.
I know they did it on purpose to hurt me.
Chico, at least I'm not going to hell by myself. I'm taking you with me.
I'm prepared with gasoline draws.
Alma, don't thank you for the support, but honestly, I genuinely didn't know you did make fun of me. I appreciate the apology, but feel free to come in and hang out and chat. Like, trust me, it has to be extensive for me to recognize it, and I appreciate that, but please come in, and if you want to chat, hang out with the chat. I really do appreciate that, though. That was very kind of you. It's not very often that people say that, but I really appreciate that. Thank you.
50%. I mean, we had 5 people there. I mean, it was, I ended up giving the whole bill back to them, in a tip, but I just thought.
Oh, bullshit. She tipped 50%. Nah.
Yeah, right. Proof or
Yeah, no, I'm with Kyle. I call bullshit.
Oh, she said, I want to speak to the manager. God damn it. My shrimp was cold.
My shrimp was shriveled up.
My shrimp was shriveled up. And look, I can't even watch on YouTube.
It tastes like seafood.
Are we talking about the shrimp now?
No.
Walk away.
The first thing that came
Walk away. Everybody walk away.
It was really sweet. And she just wanted to tell the table that she's very sorry of everything that we're going through and all of this, that, and the other. And I've got to say that was the second time something like that happened on this trip. These are people that truly support what we're doing and truly know. And people have come up to us over and over and over again. People from just a lot of people.
Have they been asking for autographs? CJ gets asked for autographs.
Girl,
ticket, sir.
I just don't see Tennesseans running up to her. Bullhorn, can I get your autograph and a picture?
Especially in Nashville.
I just don't see it. I don't.
Of all places, with all the country music artists, they're chasing down Bullhorn Betty.
When they were actually in courts trying to serve her papers.
It's the process server.
Autograph?
You got 30,000 subs. Oh my God.
Don't you know who I am?
I'm kind of a big deal.
Have you seen my snake boots?
60% of the time it works every time.
Ma'am, what's your job title? I'm a front row hoe.
Front row, front and center with my sign all day, every day.
Oh.
We hear that in every county. I've never experienced this. This right here needs to stop. And there's nobody that's going to
People need to stop chasing you down and get your autograph.
stop something like this other than Bullhorn Betty. Okay.
Oh.
We're scrappers, we're fighters, we know the law. We absolutely advocate for following the law to a T.
You do kind of remind me of like that dog in the commercials that take the bite out of the crime. She does kind of look like a crime dog.
Damn.
McGruff, take a bite out of crime.
Yeah.
I can see the
Oh
resemblance.
my god. That chat earlier got me thinking of the 90s.
I know, that's what oh.
I covered my ass. I reviewed the Tennessee.
No, you didn't. We've seen it all hanging out recently. You might have spared the judge with pants on, but you haven't been lately.
Do you even have a Chili's VIP card?
No, she does though. She's got a punch card.
Codes. I reviewed the freaking property lines to make sure I didn't even violate, crossing over from private property to public property. I did everything to a T. They didn't like my commentary, and the judge didn't like me saying, basically, if I'm not committing a crime and I'm exercising my constitutional right, there's nothing that judge or these police can do about it, because you have to break the law. And they took it all out of context. Every last bit of it out of context.
That's what it is. It was just taken out of context. Every
Yep.
bit of it. Yeah. That's what it was. Everybody else is confused.
Clips. This is the hate channels. You guys understand that. They created this circus. They created this mess. They created the distraction. And it's time to start correcting some of that. And unfortunately, for everybody, Seth's muzzle has been fully removed.
Aren't muzzles for dogs?
I thought so.
I think they make human ones at
Rough.
certain stores you can go to.
What? Seth has not been muzzled. He has a channel. He's been on YouTube nightly. Like, what?
And so is Tony's, quite frankly.
Tony hasn't shut the fuck up yet.
So I have a funny feeling by the time this is all said and done with, they will be begging Bullhorn Betty to cover this case again. Because you've got a very angry and pissed off father that hasn't seen his son in 7 months, over 7 months. I do not work for Tony. I do not work for Seth.
Is that an attempt at intimidation? Is she trying to intimidate the judge by saying you're going to be begging me to come back and cover this?
Sounds like it.
That he should be worried about Seth Rogers? Oh, okay. All right. Those braids really upped the energy.
Seth, I am independent as independent gets. They are free to do whatever the hell they want to. God bless America. Right? God bless America. God bless freedom of speech.
America.
God bless freedom of speech, freedom of press, and freedom to assemble peacefully. God bless America.
I'm the great Cornholio. I need TV for my bungle. That's all I can picture when she's doing this.
I'll be taking a slight detour because and I can't, like I said, I can't really talk about it right now, but I've got some other things in the work. We can continue to talk about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers because
she can't talk. Then shut the fuck up if you can't talk about.
Is a pivotal person in this case, right? He's a missing child, a missing medically needy child that doesn't appear to have anybody looking for him except his biological father that was supposed to get custody of him before he disappeared. Kind of funny how everything transpired and the timing of everything.
Let's talk about that timing there, Betty. Let's talk about the timeline of things, Betty. It's really interesting that he went missing on the date that Katie filed for divorce years later, same date, February 26th. Let's talk about the timeline of the Bruce that you wanted to point out, and then now you don't want to talk about it. Let's talk about that picture being the one that Katie supposedly shoved in Seth's face when he got there. Let's talk about Seth being there for the first 3 days because they reached out to him, told him, and as soon as he left work, he went right there. Let's talk about why he started a GoFundMe on the second night and posted on the day number 3 of Sebastian being missing. Let's start talking about those things that you guys have wanted to really make a big deal out of and then try to walk away from when your timeline isn't timelining. Let's go back and actually talk about the facts, Betty. I challenge you. I'm up for it. Are you?
From the CPS visit to his disappearance. CPS visits, plural.
You're not supposed to know anything about that. So has Seth disclosed private information that he was told by DCFS to not disclose with people about a minor child? You're not supposed to know anything about that.
I like how Eric Craddock said there's no evidence of foul play. No evidence of foul play. And then on the heels of saying there's no evidence of foul play, further states that dogs didn't pick up a scent of a child that walked out of their home barefoot, and that there is no evidence that that child even walked out of the home. That's pretty powerful coming from a deputy sheriff. Very powerful statement. But hey, says one thing, so it must be a thing for this.
Those weren't his exact words, but carry on.
This county where they say one thing and do another, or write down one thing and say another, right? You can't have contact. You can't, like you just had a person on the stand, on a witness stand, saying that they've never seen me and I've never contacted them, and you're giving me a no contact.
He didn't say that you've never contacted them.
Contact order when I've never contacted them.
We've all heard you contact them.
Did anybody get that? So I've never contacted them. They stood on the witness stand, said I never contacted them by any form, any method, any means, but I have a no contact order. It seems like an oxymoron to me. An oxymoron.
No, ma'am, you're just a moron.
It's word salad. That is what makes me crazy. Yeah. Thank you very much for the membership. Did somebody give memberships? Oh, that's so sweet. Thanks, guys. You guys are really, really sweet. Really, really, really sweet. Stay strong, Betty. Thank you, Kelly X. We love and support you. Thank you. Queen of Hi, Kristen. It's nice to see you. Thank you. God bless you.
God, that voice change.
Yeah, it was like she was scolding us 5 minutes ago, and now she's thank you.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Thank you for your money.
Bitch, slut, whore, whatever.
Oh, Brenda. Jumping jacks and pom poms. I love it. Tugs on a heartstring, Betty. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Can you get someone to check under that gazebo? I can't.
Nobody wants to look under that. Nobody wants to look under the gazebo, the shed, the hood of the car. No. Whoa, look at that pause. Huh. Oh, Betty.
I don't need to get that rash again where I break out in handcuffs. I can't. Reach out to Tony or Seth. That's all I can say. I mean, I don't know who would be able to do that. Maybe they're PIs, I guess. I don't know. I know I can't ask anybody to do that. That's within 100 feet of their house. I ain't going there. That sounds like that doesn't sound good for me at all. Frank, it's nice to see you. Why did you say you never left the car when you did? Well, they were talking about me getting out of the car at their house. Okay, I never exited my car at their house. We can all.
Anybody in the chat want to take this one? Chico, you want to take this one? Anybody remember?
And the lie detector test determined that was a lie, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm not your daddy. What the fuck? Chico.
I'll take things that did happen for 1,000, Alex. Betty got out that motherfucking car.
Do you remember what she did when she got out of that car at their house?
Stapled the poster. Or put a missing poster.
Chico.
On their property.
Do you remember who also called and made a report about her going through their front yards?
Them?
The neighbors.
Oh, yeah. But, yeah, she went through theirs and the neighbors.
Yeah. But she was never out of her car, right? But they called the cops because Betty.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We heard that. Yep.
I think we're doing a wheel of fuzzy porn. I can't
I
talk. I'm
think
done.
she thinks she can confuse us and think we'll forget the shit she has just done. No, ma'am. I'll never forget the fuck shit you've done.
Can I buy an E, Vanna? Solve the puzzle. Betty is delusional. The fuck? Oh God.
I'll admit that. I posted flyers. Who the hell gets cops called on them for
How, ma'am, how the fuck do you post flyers without getting out of your car? You got go gadget speed arms? Like,
and how the fuck you think the cops were called on you? Because you got out of the fucking car. You fucking genius. You're a fucking genius, man. I like, damn.
she's got a machine that she just sends out on a little drone and it staples. Yeah, Betty. Okay.
Yes. And she never got out the car. Just never.
Yep.
Her.
posting flyers of a missing boy. Okay? Clearly, I wasn't trying to harass him. I was speaking to my audience. I've never spoken to these people.
Yes, you was. Yes, you was, because you was sitting here. Yeah, you see, I put one on their property since they don't give a fuck. But you basically was doing that shit to antagonize them. Own you. Well, you ain't gonna own it because you're in court. We all know your punk ass ain't gonna own it. Well, you'll never own it. Period. But you knew exactly what the fuck you was doing when you went on their property and put that poster up. So fuck out of here with that logic, bitch.
Pika, will you drop Chico's link again for me? If you would, please. Or anybody, thank you.
So, you know, you can
Make sure you guys are subbed up to Chico, please.
have your opinions all you want, but I could care less. I didn't do anything wrong. Unless now, if you exit your car, you should be breaking out in handcuffs. Or if you say anything about me, you should go to jail.
So, wouldn't that, Chico, could that be considered road rage in Tennessee? Hopping out of your car in the middle of traffic and approaching another vehicle?
That shit gets you shot here. Real shit. If Pika's still in this chat, Pika, how many road rage shootings we done had here this year alone?
Yeah, we have them all the time. We had one on 64th.
We just had one last week on the E-Ways. A woman got shot in the neck.
Yeah. Like, middle of traffic, that's at least the minimum a traffic violation with how that all went down. Let alone, what the hell?
If you have your opinion about me, you should be in jail because you're not entitled to your opinion in America, and definitely not in Sumner County. Right?
Cue mini violence.
So you think your right to have your opinion is more important than my right to have mine. It doesn't work like that. We either have freedom of speech, freedom of press, and the freedoms to assemble peacefully, or we don't.
And none of that has been affected.
No.
Not
taking my rights.
There's
But yeah, I don't expect people on that side to have common sense because none of you have had it.
We're the ones that are lacking common sense. Okay, gotcha.
All you care about is the smear campaign. That's it. You don't care about the truth. You don't care about finding this kid. You don't care about his father that's crying his eyes out almost every freaking night. You care about being popular, being with the trendy people, being with the clique.
Correcting misinformation on a missing child's case is wanting to be trendy or popular. Bitch, I'm 41 fucking years old. I didn't want to be popular when I was 15 years old. I don't give two fucks about what any of you think of me. Nor am I trying to be trendy. I think it should be trendy that victims deserve dignity and their rights, and their families deserve protection and their rights. That your rights do not supersede their rights. Victims in the United States deserve protection, you fucking bubbling goddamn dumb two-brain cell twit. God.
Okay? I'm trying to find a kid here. I don't have time for your BS. I really could care less. Okay? And that pisses a lot of people off. I really could care less. Because as long as I don't violate the law, as long as I don't break the law, and people want to keep arresting me, they're worse than the criminals. They're worse than the criminals. They're no different than the people they put behind that bar, that jail. When you become judge and executioner, when somebody has not...
Chico.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Take the
Yeah.
fucking wheel. She just...
Yeah. She did. Now you're a victim to the justice system. You're a fucking perpetual victim again from the justice system. Okay. All right. They keep locking you up for frivolous ass bullshit, but bitch, it's on fucking camera. What part of this shit do you not understand? You dumb bitch. You recorded yourself committing crimes.
This is why they put warnings on Tide Pods now.
Like the fuck, it kind of stupidity is this shit.
Chico, do you remember? I think it was last week or the week before that she talked about how if people acted the way she did when she was arrested, that they wouldn't get shot.
Sure did. She sure fucking did. And I immediately said, what the fuck does that mean?
Her privileged fucking ass needs to sit all the fuck way down.
Yeah, because we're literally in the height of Tyree's trial. So what the fuck does that mean?
Wow. Oh, this just makes me fucking furious.
Committed a crime, you're no good in this country of a person of authority. No good. And what idiots put a judge in office that doesn't even know civil litigation?
I'm going to walk away from that because I could say a whole lot right now. Betty, think about what you're saying before you say it, because you opened yourself there for a whole fucking me railing your ass. But I'm going to walk away right now and give you this one because your ass is so fucking buried in your...
In your own fucking words, too.
Meanwhile, she is an extremist that cuts and pastes what she wants to out of propaganda to... walk away.
She hides it really well.
Oh my God.
It just doesn't make sense. How many other people has he railroaded like this? I mean, you literally
Night,
can't screw
Shiloh.
around service a process. It is literally a condition precedent. Look up what that means. It means you can't advance that case without having that done properly. And he thought that, that's an option. It's not. It's never an option. You either have proper service or you do not. I am a Florida resident. Without proper service, that judge has no personal jurisdiction.
Becky with the good hair. Kyle just asked me, is Helen still around? And I was like, that's Becky with the good hair. And he goes, I thought that picture looked the same, but he was like so confused.
I was like, I hope she didn't leave like a week ago.
He's like, where did she go?
Jurisdiction over me to put any order on me. It was a foolish ruling, in my opinion, an absolute foolish ruling. Oh, Gypsy, it's nice to see you, my love. Thank you. I'm so glad I got to meet you. I'm glad I got to meet a lot of people there. I know you guys are behind me, and this is what we're going to need to do. We're going to need to sit tight and wait because we're going to have to raise funds. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. To what extent, I don't know yet. I never come with my hand out unless I know what I need to pay and what it's for, right? We are going to absolutely.
Bullshit. You always got your motherfucking hand out talking about pay my credit card bills, buy me a gun, buy me a machete, buy this, buy me a steak, buy that. Bullshit. No, you begging ass broke bitch.
Becky with the good hair. Yeah, he was so confused right there. Chico, this is a lot.
We have to raise some tools.
I've watched this on 2x speed before, but I was occupied. There is so much more in here than I even caught the first time.
sort of funds at some point. We've got 30 days to file an appeal. We've got a great team, and we have.
You have 30 days to file an appeal. Huh. Well, you'll be back in court November 20th, so.
She ain't gonna file it. Y'all know she ain't.
Well, they didn't file for the first one. They had 10 days to file an appeal to the circuit court. So I'm not sure what they're going to try to do now, or I'm not sure how this all plays out. I'm not a legal scholar, but I'm sure there's going to be interesting things that they attempt.
A process to go forward if that's the route they choose to go.
But here's what answer this if anybody knows, which I'm not expecting anybody to know 100%, but if she pushes this through appeal, right? Because the judge ordered her to pay court fees and attorney's costs already. So if they push this to the appeal and lose, wouldn't she be responsible for all those court fees and those attorney's fees? Or would they have to determine that at appeal?
I honestly don't know. Not in the state of Tennessee when it regards like fees and things like that. I don't know.
That's what okay. You guys are saying yes. Okay. Likely. They will add to the fees. Yes. Okay. Okay. Right. Purple Haze. Yeah. She'll have to cough up more money for an attorney. Yeah. And what did she pay? Like an $8,500 retainer, something like that, if I'm correct, that she loaned the money for him or somebody somewhere in that range. I can't remember the exact amount. I have the receipt in my phone, but, or what they posted that they paid or whatever, but that's got to be burnt up because we've had 2 court hearings already since he's represented her. Billable hours for attorneys are high usually.
It is.
And he's a criminal defense attorney, if I'm correct. And like that's his area of expertise, but he's going to be, and if he's in a small area, he's probably busy enough that he can charge quite a bit. Ugh. This could be fucking costly for her soon.
No, let the dumbass keep going.
Is this going to, is this having an impact on why they're separating teams, you think?
It could be.
Are they worried that she's going to cost them money?
It's a possibility with Seth constantly being up her ass.
Always good, Ruby. Thank you so much for answering that, and everybody else that answered it too. If they revoke her bond, Tiny Tony has to come up with 18. Ooh, I forgot that she's out on bond right now. I keep forgetting that. Oh, yeah. Yikes. Ugh. Do you guys want to finish this tomorrow? We've got another 45 minutes left of it. I don't know about Chico, if Chico would be up for coming on with me for a while tomorrow or not, or we could do it Monday, but I feel like it's 10:30. We've been here for almost 4 hours, and at this rate, there's just so much stupidity. We have to pause every like 5 seconds. Would you guys?
I'm down.
You have time tomorrow?
Yeah, I got time tomorrow.
Okay. Are you guys okay with doing a part 2? We can go for a little while longer if you're up for it. We can go for like another 15 minutes and then end for tonight and pick up tomorrow. I want to show you guys the silver stuff too. So we could finish this and do some silvers tomorrow if you guys are up for it.
Oh, Lord, silvers. Oh, my God.
I know. But he's coming out swinging hardcore because he's like one of the only team members on the ground right now. So he's doing the most. All right, let's go for a few more minutes and then we'll call it for tonight. You guys know I'm like 2 hours past my bedtime. I know it's morning in UK.
So that's why I'm sitting tight, because nothing is set in stone. All I know is we have a plan, and which avenue we're going to go down, I have no earthly idea until those decisions are made. But those decisions cannot be made until certain things are done. And one of those things are orders. We need to know what's in those orders, the way the orders are written. There's just a lot of stuff. But, I can't go into the details of the case or what is going on because honestly, I don't know. But I know something is going to happen. I just don't know what,
Well, you just talked about doing an appeal. Do you know what's going on or do you not know what's going on? Are you filing an appeal or are you not filing an appeal?
She don't fucking know if she coming or going.
Are you wearing pants or are you not?
Not.
God.
Shouldn't say that though. You guys know. You guys know I can only say so much.
Good night, Angel Chip Stelco.
So Eileen, you're right in there. Other counties, 100%, he would be found. Listen, I'm not going to lie. If this case was in Florida, this case would be handled a lot different. I don't like Tennessee. I don't like Tennessee law because they don't follow it. They don't follow.
It's the whole state of Tennessee that doesn't follow the law. Lock them all up. Throw them all away.
I mean, they don't, but you ain't special.
Yeah. Why do you want a gold star?
Hey, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Tennessee sometimes don't be following the law, but at the same time, like, bitch, you an outsider too. Oh, they finna hit your ass up with all kind of fees and shit.
Oh my God. Oh.
Follow simple things like following the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children directive. There was a lot of things that they dropped the ball on, and we put a magnifying glass on it, and it's just.
They didn't follow, but they did. They did. Outdated protocol. They did above and beyond some of the things that are suggested in there.
Mm-hmm.
Betty.
It's easier for them to try to shut me up by illegal means, in my opinion, which I'm entitled to. At least that's what my Constitution says. I'm not sure what one judge that in this county is going to say, but I can tell you for me, it seems very crystal clear by our Constitution what my parameters are and what I can conduct. And it doesn't have to be something that's likable. I can be the most repugnant, irresponsible person, but as long as I don't break the law, it should be okay.
But you do. But you do.
I mean, at least she's got one thing right. She can be the most vile, repugnant. She's got that on lock. She's strived to be that repugnant, disgusting. I mean, you hit that, but you also break the law.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know if Dog and Nick are still helping? They are absolutely 100% helping. I can tell you that. Nick.
Dog ain't doing nothing. Dog is, in my opinion, is being paid for using his likeness in some social media posts and showing up for a few interviews to blab some notes off, get it wrong, call people Sean. And what did he call Sebastian? It's not coming to me right now. He called him a different name. He called Sean. Like, thank you, Patricia. That's what I think is going on here with Dog, because he's got media ventures. I mean, he'll kind of, in my opinion, he's kind of like the face of Nick's media company. He's like their Z-list celebrity face of at night media.
And that team have been a vital part
Nicholas,
for
thank
Seth
you.
as well as Tony.
Thank you, guys.
To me, they are close to guardian angels for me. I lean heavily on that team for a lot. I'll tell you that. And I'm trying to be careful here because I know that there's only so much I can say before Tony breaks down the door and puts a muzzle on me. So I got to be very cautious with what I say on these channels about this case. You know, I can talk about Sebastian. I can talk about the details of it. I've never threatened.
If you have your own team, then how would Tony have any control over what you're saying?
She don't.
If you guys are separate teams and you're independent, how would Tony care, or why would Tony care? Oh, that's right, because Tony is the one that's the cleanup crew, in essence, that comes in and keeps all of the team members, non-team members in line. Kind of like showing up on Britney's to shut that narrative down and the questions that were going to be asked that night. And then sucking up to all these people to push the narrative and keep them in line. Like having meetings so everybody knows what to say, what not to say if you're part of the team.
Mhm.
Members of the team get phone calls and texts, and then they trickle those down to the lower level team members to control narratives. Huh. I'll be darned. I wonder if that's happening.
Anybody, so I'm not really worried about violating a court order or a protective order. You know, I think the detective has realized, you know, that you can't arrest people for hashtags, but who knows? I mean, you can't fix stupid in this county.
The detective knows. That hearing hasn't even came up yet. That's November 20th.
But I'm upset, and as you guys can imagine, but I feel a little bit relieved in a sense as well, because I feel like Seth and Tony are probably the dynamic duo that they did not. I think this is going to have unintended consequences that
they look like fucking Dumb and Dumber at the ski lodge. I mean, they're the dynamic duo. What? The dynamic duo. From now on, I'm titling videos the dynamic duo, introducing the dynamic duo.
The other one's better.
Nobody's going to be able to stop, because this is the father of the child. I don't know if they're going to try to prevent him from talking about his own son that he is the biological father to, but hey, I don't know what this county is.
He too can say things and do things as long as he's not threatening, inciting harm, doing anything harassing, any of that. He can say and speak and have opinions. If he crosses those lines, I'm sure there's legal ramifications, just like for you. You guys aren't special. You're typical citizens that can't do these things to other people.
Is going to do. I don't trust him. I've been very vocal on that for months. My attorney advised me not to speak about the courts or the county. I don't listen to my attorney very well at times.
Her attorney advised her not to speak about the court or the county.
Whoopsie.
I will be honest with you, because I'm very upset about that county and the way I was treated, because I have an opinion that they don't agree with.
But can you imagine having her as a client and losing? Having a great reputation as an attorney and then getting her as a client, not knowing what the fuck you're about to do. Signing up to represent this one, going in and taking a loss on a restraining order because she harassed the victim and his family, and then having to deal with the repercussions. Like, sir, you should have charged at least $45,000 for a retainer. Oh, that's insufferable.
But I think, in a sense, we always look at the silver lining. And I think that by them taking away my voice, they've emboldened a much larger and bigger voice, in a sense. Somebody that is not really scared of Sumner County. Somebody that is fully protected by an intelligence company.
Oh, bitch, shut up. That's not afraid because he's represented by an intelligence agency. That was just said. He's represented by an intelligence agency. Chico. Is Dog or Nick the intelligent one?
Neither.
Chico, do you think NASA or ATM is more of a threat? ATM is at Night Media.
Yeah. Yep. They're dangerous.
This is... Hold up, Chico. I figured it out. We just figured out where Wally works.
Oh,
he's the most dangerous man in the world. Molly's husband, Wally, lives in Pennsylvania, and he's the most dangerous man in the world. I bet Wally's one of their assets.
I wouldn't be surprised. Hell, at this rate, shit. I done lost brain cells listening to this shit. Like literally. Just flying out every goddamn where. Every time she opens her mouth, it's just another brain cells. Bye bye and gone.
Can you imagine going into like a meeting with serious like law enforcement FBI officials with Nick?
No, hell no.
And people like, and I'm being really ridiculous. I don't think Wally has anything to do with this shit. I'm being facetious and ridiculous right now. So please understand that. I don't think him and Molly have anything to do with this. But can you imagine going in and being like, this is my top asset, and here comes Wally?
No.
Was
top asset. Your top asset is trash. An ass, literally.
Oh my God. These guys think they're like rewriting the Bourne Identity out here. What? They're watching too many movies and playing too many video games.
They are. Like, they are in GTA fucking 5 while we're in the real world and basically defending a fucking convict, predator, woman, delusional, needs to be in a fucking padded room lady.
This is unfucking real. Unfucking real. By the way, for those of you guys that have not, hold on, let me see if I can do you a favor right quick. Some of you don't know who Wally and Molly are. Give me a moment. Let me see if I can do this. I should have it close by. Let me see. I just can't even understand like what the hell we're doing. Like, this is just unbelievably stupid at this point.
It is. It is. It's dumb as shit.
Absolutely embarrassing too. Okay, I'll play this while I search for this. I've got a clip of Molly saying that her hubby, she's been reviewing Bullhorn Betty. Her and Bullhorn Betty used to be buddies, for those that don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just being a dork. But she's this freaking, her name's Molly Golightly, for anybody that doesn't know. But she claims her husband is a trained carer. I'll find the clip. I'll play this while I go, and then we can laugh at that on the way out.
And unlike me, so we'll see. Allegedly, maybe, we'll see. I don't know. Tulips, is that your channel? Haters clearly watching and listening. God doesn't like ugly. Well, you know what? At this point, they can't even contact me because that works both ways. And we know two people.
I don't think anybody's trying to contact you, Betty.
No.
People that are hired.
I don't think anybody's reaching out to you by saying, can we talk? Oh, I might have found it. Okay.
By this criminal element. And one is SF Investigates, and another one, among others, is that chick with the billboards, Free Willy. They come over here stomping. We all know that they're directly connected to them. Let anybody say anything like punching me in my face. It works both ways. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't say you're scared and then have your people threaten bodily injury to somebody and not have unintended consequences for that, especially when you hired them. Just saying. We know for a fact because the judge explained to a girl while we were there. She wanted to drop the protective order against her boyfriend and has agreed not to talk to him. The judge treated her pretty rough, if you ask me. And he was basically saying, why shouldn't I throw you in jail? I saw you in the back of the courtroom talking to him. And the judge was trying to scare her. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to scare her. Now, being concerned is one thing. Trying to, I don't know. I'm going to keep my mouth shut about my opinion on the judge right now. All I can say is that he was very clear that the protective orders work both ways. And I think at this point, there is any threats whatsoever from any of these creators on behalf of anybody. Please clip it and please send it to bullhornbetty@gmail.com because that right there would be a violation on them, not on Bullhorn Betty. So we need to be careful. The judge is an arrogant. Well, everybody's entitled to their opinion about the judge. I thought he would give me a fair shake. He wasn't looking to give me a fair shake. We knew at the minute that they came in and people were laughing in the back of the courtroom loudly when there was a child missing. To me, it wasn't a laughing matter. People on our side were melancholy. They're concerned for a 15-year-old boy. And we get lightheartedness, laughter, and no concern on the other side of that courtroom, which is, I think, very noticeable to everybody inside that courtroom. So noticeable.
Everybody knew they were just doomed. It was for them right off the jump. This is unbelievable. Okay, give me one more second, and then I think I have the right clip.
Noticeable that it was concerning to everybody how that was appropriate or appropriate behavior. I don't think it's appropriate behavior to be laughing inside of a courtroom when there's a missing child that's allegedly family, not blood related, but family, right? I can tell you, I looked over at Seth several times, and that man had tears in his eyes. And I look over across the aisle, and you see them laughing and enjoying themselves in court.
So, what if they were laughing about something just random? Like, what if they're not allowed to laugh, smile, nothing anymore?
No, they're supposed to be fucking robots or boohoo.
This is so stupid. They're just supposed to be completely emotionless. They can't do anything right. They're just incapable. Don't do anything. Don't look one way. Don't. Unfucking real. Shit. I know I have it. I played it the other day. Hold on. I'm still looking. I grab it. There's so many of her.
So that right there tells me nobody gives a damn about this boy. They only care about their jobs. They only care about how people vote. They only care about their people. They don't care about outsiders or applying the law the same to their residents as they do to outsiders. Or maybe they do, which if that's the case, that's a little concerning in and of itself. I hope the attorneys in this area are paying very, very good attention to what's going on. I hope the people in the area are seeing the behaviors of a detective that's overzealous and lied under oath. And I hope they see the behaviors of a judge that doesn't even seem to know what freedom of the press is. That's a little scary to me. A judge presiding over the case that doesn't know freedom of the press.
I don't think that's
scary. That's literally our Constitution. And we watched a judge on the bench not know the parameters of freedom of the press or what media is or what press is. Doesn't know. That's scary to me. Very, very scary. And see, I used to do research. I used to work for a law firm. I used to have access to Westlaw and LexisNexis. And I can tell you with just a few key words.
Can't anybody get access to LexisNexis?
Mm-hmm.
If you pay? Or is that the one that's for I can't ever keep them straight. Oh my God, Betty. She acts like she talks. Betty, if you have all this expertise, why did you lose this court hearing? That's the only thing I want to know. If you have all this expertise, why did you lose this court hearing? You should have been able to go in and slam dunk, right?
And why have you lost others? Because you lost other motions of violence too, like the fuck.
Tell you something, Adrian.
I gotcha. All right. Let's play to 45 minutes and then we're done with Betty.
It pops up all the laws. It pops up all the case law. So there's no way that a judge can't go back to his office, punch in a few keywords, and have the law right in front of his face. So if he had the law right in front of his face, what is that saying? Seems very intentional to me. Then you look.
Betty, if you've had access to this, why do your court filings look the way they do?
The behaviors of the people in that courtroom, and it paints even a more disgusting picture.
No, Betty, it really doesn't. Okay, we're done with Betty tonight. I can't do anymore. I just can't. Okay. Here's what I'm talking about. We're going to end on this note. The joke that I was telling is because they're in Pennsylvania and Molly used to be a part of Hoots on the Ground, which was their little group that used to go around and harass families together. They've all fallen apart. The band broke up. But Molly also called Chris on the phone and like, you know who I am kind of thing. Like, they're just ridiculous, but I'm just being a smart ass on this. I have no proof that they're actually associated in any way, shape, or form. Let me preface it by saying this, but I find it hysterical because they all make these extremely insane claims about their capabilities and everything always falls short. So here's this. Enjoy. Oh, where's Chico? I did it again. I keep doing that. Back to the main one. Sorry. All right, here we go.
Let me tell you something. Adrian, like his fucking men have said, he's ruthless. When those fucking terrorists in Iraq shot them all up and they weren't fully dead, guess what? That's Adrian. Wow. Yeah. That's what they meant by ruthless. Yeah. Yeah. My cute little husband with his little Harry Potter glasses and his little cute ties. And the yes, dear. Yes, dear. He's trained. He's a trained killer. You think I have any control over what's going in his mind?
I mean, from what I've heard, when you go to ping pong shows, those ping pongs can fly out of orifices at high velocity. Maybe that's what we're talking. I don't know.
You want to party with him? Go ahead. You think you're gonna outsmart him? Go ahead. Go ahead.
You want to rock?
Wow. It's awful. It's just awful. I don't care. I don't care. I'm the one that put my mother's thing out there. I know what kind of pieces of shit these people are.
Oh, I don't care about the rest of that. Yeah, there was Molly. Yep, there was that. I wonder if Adrian needs a job. That would be a good trained asset. Becky, hair. I was traumatized over that too. What, Chico? Sorry.
No, I said would be a definitely good asset to have.
Holy, I think we found the next team member in the next direction. Molly, because she comes with backup. He's the most dangerous man. I mean, she's got talent. She can have a moose knuckle and baggy sweatpants. I mean, she's got hidden talents. Go for it. Go for it. But then we have to have a boxing glove with the moose. We got to change it up from a skunk to a moose.
Damn.
That's all I got to say. Any closing thoughts on all this tonight?
It's bullshit. I'm tired of the bullshit. It's fuckery. I'm tired of the fuckery. I'm just tired of it all.
Yes, Troll Investigates. You got it. Yeah, this is some straight up like, and yeah, again, just to remind everybody, we're not laughing about the situation of Sebastian being missing. Please understand that. I always give that disclaimer, but I want to remind people again, like, there's nothing funny about that situation whatsoever. There's a 15-year-old child that is missing, but the people that have made the noise and have involved themselves in the side pieces of the drama and the bullshit is so fucking horrifying. It is dangerous. It's all you can do is fucking play their words back, correct their misinformation, and keep it moving. Like, if we were silent on this and just sat there and watched this all happen without doing some pushback, I no, wouldn't happen. But this is dangerous. Like, we make light of it, but it is dangerous what they are inciting to potentially happen to this family.
No, it is.
And there's a missing kid at the end of the day. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is missing. And everything has become so convoluted and so self-serving for so many people. It's just really sad. It really is. But all right, y'all. Thank you, Chico, for coming up and hanging out with me.
No, thank you for letting me talk shit tonight. Had
I'll
to be
take you tomorrow.
I had to be an angel last night, so. But it's I appreciate it. I'm just tired of the fuckery. I'm tired of these lies and all of this bullshit. Just do right by Sebastian. What the fuck is so hard about that?
Right? God, it's just unbelievable.
It is.
Unfucking real.
But y'all have a good night, and I will catch y'all tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, y'all.
Please make sure you guys go sub up to Chico. She's amazing. Truly. She was on live late last night too with Duchess and Arctic, bringing awareness to all the missing in Tennessee. Truly one of a kind. Adore the shit out of Chico and so many of the rest of you. Thank you all for being here tonight, hanging out with us. Let me freaking giggle like a dumbass. You guys made me just, between your guys' comments and then Kyle reading them, and if you guys only knew, like, one of these days I'm just going to have to put him on camera when he reads your guys' comments, because his facial expressions are freaking stupid ridiculous. And then he always like makes some sort of noise or gets like the fucking giggles and he squints his face up. It's the funniest shit. You guys think I'm expressive? He's even worse. So he's reading me, your guys' comments, and I'm trying to keep it together and I'm losing my shit. Like it was just over with. So I appreciate you guys coming with your petty asses tonight and all your pants. Thank you for that.
I heard that.
It was highly appreciated for you guys to sit through that with me, because holy shit. Thank you to all my mods once again. Thank you all for keeping it respectful in chat and on this stuff.
Bye, Chico. I was inside. Sorry.
Chico coming in hot tonight was fucking funny as shit too, because she rolls in hot and Kyle's like over here like, well, hello, Chico. Nice to see you.
So much for saying hi when you walk in the goddamn house.
Stargazer, this was necessary. Nobody has to have pants on, Napa Valley girl. We can all be pantsless. Go pantsless. We don't have to, we're not wearing shirts that say, what did her shirt say? Bullied, still standing, something, still standing. I don't remember. I was traumatized by the fact that her left boob was on her toes and her right one was on her knees. I was more traumatized by that than anything else.
Yeah.
Feetfarmers.com.
Thanks, NorCal Jim. I'm really glad everybody got to see it. I'm sorry you got to see it.
None of us wore pants tonight. Hey, that's none of my business. I'm okay with that. I know. We're making an exception. We got to try to fit in. Betty says we're trying to be the cool, trending, popular kids, and I guess that just happens. So loser lost losing. Oh my gosh, NorCal Jim. I washed those and I actually folded them and put them away tonight, and I didn't hide them. What was I thinking? I don't fucking know. Don't know. Right, that Michelle. All right, you guys. Thanks again for an amazing night of laughs and getting through all this bullshit and understanding the severity of this. I'll be back sometime tomorrow and we'll finish this up and then we'll do some silvers.
I'll be back too.
After these messages?
Yep.
You'll be right back? All right. Good night, y'all.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks again, everybody.